Welcome to Tyler Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyler's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyler Walker audiobook from tylerwalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 1. Byron. The air in the 42nd floor boardroom is thin and tastes like stale ambition. It's my favorite flavor. Across the ridiculously long slab of polished mahogany, Gerald Peterson is sweating. A single bead traces a path from his temple down his fleshy cheek, and I track its progress with the focus of a predator. He thinks he's here to negotiate. He's wrong. He's here to be dismantled. And so, he drones on, shuffling papers that are already obsolete. The revised offer from the board reflects a valuation that we believe is more than equitable. It's an insult, I cut in. The words are quiet, but they slice through his monologue, and the entire room flinches. My team stays perfectly still. They know the signals. The hunt is over. It's time for the kill. I lean forward, resting my elbows on the table, and steeple my fingers. Let's be pragmatic about this, Gerald. You're hemorrhaging capital. Your Q3 projections are a fantasy novel, and your top talent has been sending out feelers for the last 6 weeks. I know because 3 of them have already been interviewed by my client's subsidiaries. Peterson's face goes from pink to a blotchy, alarming shade of crimson. That's conjecture. Is it? I give him a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. It's a smile that has made CEOS worth 10 times his paltry net worth physically recoil. My client's offer isn't just equitable, it's a goddamn lifeboat. And you're trying to haggle over the price of the oars while the ship sinks. Silence. Beautiful, victorious silence. I can feel the moment the fight drains out of him. I'm about to deliver the final, crushing terms when a vibration starts against my thigh. I ignore it. No one calls my personal phone during a closing. Ever. It's a rule as sacrosanct as, don't wear brown in town. It vibrates again. A persistent, insistent buzz. Annoyance, hot and sharp, licks up my spine. I keep my eyes locked on Peterson, holding him in place with my gaze. But my focus is fractured. Get off! A third time. My jaw tightens. My own team is starting to notice. My lead associate, Davies, gives a subtle, almost imperceptible shake of his head, his eyes wide. He knows the rule. A glance at my watch, a Patek Philippe that belonged to my grandfather, my only concession to sentiment, confirms I have been in this room for 3 hours. The deal is moments from being done, but the phone keeps buzzing. A frantic, desperate insect against my leg. With a finality that feels like a surrender, I look down. The screen glows with 2 words that make the air in my lungs turn to ice. Belcourt Academy. Leo. The irritation I felt moments ago evaporates, replaced by a cold, familiar dread. It's a feeling I've come to know intimately over the last 6 months. The sickening lurch of incompetence. The boardroom, the billion-dollar deal, the sweating man across from me. It all fades into a distant hum. All that exists is that name on my phone. Clara's voice echoes in my head from a lifetime ago. Just promise me you'll look after him if anything happens, By. Promise me he'll be okay. And every single time this school calls, it's a reminder that I am failing to keep that promise. Gentlemen, I say, voice a low growl. I stand, shoving my chair back with more force than necessary. I need to take this. I don't wait for a response. I stride out of the room, my personal phone hot in my hand. The hallway is a silent, carpeted tube of beige. I press the phone to my ear, already bracing for impact. This is Byron Hale. Mr. Hale. This is Nurse Evans from Belcourt Academy. Her voice is calm, but it's the kind of practice calm that precedes a Category 5 hurricane. I'm calling about Leo. Is he hurt? The question is sharp, torn from my throat. My knuckles are white where I grip the phone. He's not physically injured, no. But there's been an incident. He bit another student during recess. I close my eyes and rub the back of my neck, the muscles coiling into tight, angry knots. Not again. I just had a meeting with his behavioral therapist 2 days ago. We have a plan. We have strategies. We have a goddamn color-coded chart for managing his outbursts that cost more than my first car. The irritation returns, but it's not directed at the school or even at the situation. It's directed squarely at myself. This is a problem I can't litigate, can't intimidate, can't solve by throwing money at it, though God knows I've tried. Right, I say, my voice clipped. What's the damage? Send me the parents' contact information. I'll have my assistant arrange a settlement. Mr. Hale, the nurse says, her tone shifting from calm to firm. This isn't a situation that can be settled. The other child is fine, just startled. But we need you to come to the school. Now. I'm in the middle of closing a 9-figure acquisition. Is it absolutely necessary for me to be there in person? Can't we schedule a call for later this afternoon? Leo isn't speaking, Mr. Hale. To anyone. He's shut down completely. His teacher feels, and I agree, that your presence is required. His teacher. The woman with the patient eyes and the floral print dresses who looks at me like I'm a specimen of failed humanity she's forced to study. The last time we spoke, she told me Leo needed unstructured connection, not another results-oriented paradigm. I'm still not entirely sure what that means, but I know it's an indictment of everything I am. Defeated, I let out a breath. Fine. I'm on my way. I hang up without saying goodbye and stand in the hallway for a long, silent moment. The man in the boardroom, the shark, the closer, the man who controls everything, is gone. In his place is just Byron. A man completely hopelessly out of his depth. I walk back into the boardroom. The tension is thick enough to chew. Peterson looks like he's aged 10 years. Davies, I say, not looking at anyone in particular. Finalize the terms. Give him the 7% equity stake, not a fraction more. Send the final papers to my condo for review tonight. Davies blinks, stunned. Sir, you wanted to push for 5. My priorities have shifted. I grab my briefcase, my movements stiff. Get it done. I don't look back as I leave. I don't see Peterson's relieved slump or my team's confused scrambling. I just walk, through the lobby, into the elevator, past the security desk. The drive from downtown to the leafy, quiet streets where Belcourt Academy resides is a blur. The sleek, controlled quiet of my car does nothing to soothe the chaos in my chest. I'm leaving a world of concrete and glass, a world I dominate, for a world of finger paints, sing-alongs, and emotional minefields. And as I pull up to the charming brick building, I'm not thinking about the deal I just abandoned. I'm thinking about a 7-year-old kid with my sister's eyes, the terrifying, unshakable certainty that I have no idea what the hell I'm doing.
Chapter 2. Willow. 7-year-old Noah is clutching an ice pack to his arm, his lower lip trembling as he glares at the boy sitting across from him. And Leo Hale, my silent, stormy-eyed enigma, is staring at his own hands like they're foreign objects that just betrayed him. He hasn't said a word in 20 minutes. Okay, I say softly, my voice a low hum meant to soothe frayed nerves, theirs and mine. I'm sitting cross-legged on the plush rainbow rug between them, forming a one-woman buffer zone. Let's try our breathing again. A big dragon breath in, and let all the hot, angry air out. Noah huffs out a breath that's more pout than dragon. Progress. Leo doesn't move. His small shoulders are rigid under his navy blue school polo, his hands curled into tight fists on his knees. This isn't about a stolen playground ball. It's never about the ball. It's about the gaping, raw wound of grief that this little boy is carrying around inside him, a wound so big it sometimes spills out and bites. Literally. I reach out, my fingers hovering just above his fist before I think better of it. He flinches from touch these days. Leo, honey, can you look at me? His gaze, a startling, intense blue I've only ever seen on one other person, flicks up to meet mine for a fraction of a second before dropping back to the floor. It's enough. It's a start. My fingers find the silver locket at my throat, a nervous habit. The cool metal is a familiar comfort. Patience, I remind myself. Connection, not correction. The classroom door creaks open, and Mrs. Davison, our principal, peeks her head in. Her expression is a carefully neutral mask, but her eyes dart to me with a silent apology. Behind her looms a shadow that seems to suck all the warmth and color from my carefully curated space. Byron Hale has arrived. He steps into my classroom like a storm front, rolling in over a sunny field. He's all sharp lines and expensive dark gray wool that probably costs more than my monthly rent. His dark hair is perfectly styled, not a strand out of place, and his jaw is set in a line so tight I'm surprised it doesn't crack. He fills the doorway, a 6'2" monolith of impatience and controlled fury. His presence is a violation, a stark monochrome intrusion into my world of primary colors and organized chaos. Mr. Hale, Mrs. Davison says, her voice a little too bright. This is Leo's teacher, Miss Biles. He gives me a curt nod, his piercing blue eyes, Leo's eyes but colder, harder, sweeping over me in a quick dismissive appraisal. I feel my spine straighten instinctively. I'm wearing a comfortable mustard yellow sweater and a flowing skirt, my braids gathered in a loose bun at the nape of my neck. I suddenly feel underdressed for war. Where is he? Byron Hale's voice is a low baritone, clipped and devoid of warmth. He's not asking about Leo's well-being. He's asking for the location of a problem he needs to solve. I stand, brushing off my skirt, and gesture toward the small kidney-shaped table near my desk. If you'll come with me, Mr. Hale? The boys are having a quiet moment. He strides across the room, his polished leather shoes making sharp, angry sounds on the linoleum. He doesn't even glance at the corner where his nephew is curled into a ball of silent misery. He sits at the tiny table, his large frame looking utterly ridiculous in the child-sized chair, his knees practically knocking against his chin. I take the seat opposite him, folding my hands on the table. The air between us crackles. So, he begins, pulling his cufflink back an inch. What's the protocol here? I've already spoken to the nurse. I assume there are forms to sign. If you give me the other child's family information, my assistant can handle the rest. I blink. His assistant? Mr. Hale, this isn't a corporate merger. This is a 7-year-old who is hurting. A muscle in his jaw ticks. He's acting out. I'm aware. His behavioral therapist and I have a very clear strategy for these episodes. A strategy? I can't help the incredulity that laces my voice. Does that strategy involve finding out why he's acting out? Or is it just another item on a color-coded chart? His eyes narrow, the blue turning to chips of ice. My nephew's care plan is comprehensive and, frankly, none of your concern. My concern is why this happened on your watch. Oh, no, he didn't. My back goes ramrod straight. On my watch? I have 22 children in my class, Mr. Hale. I can't be everywhere at once. But what I can do is create an environment where a child feels safe enough to express his feelings. Unfortunately, sometimes those feelings have teeth. What Leo needs right now isn't blame. He needs connection. He needs discipline. He counters, his voice dangerously low. He needs to understand that actions have consequences. He knows that better than any child should have to. The ultimate consequence already happened to him. He lost his parents. Everything he does right now stems from that loss, from a place of terror. He's not a bad kid, he's a grieving one. He scoffs, a short, sharp sound of disbelief. Let's be pragmatic about this, Ms. Biles. Feelings are intangible. What I need is a concrete plan to ensure this doesn't happen again, one that produces results. I lean forward, my voice dropping to a fierce whisper. You want results? Here's a result for you. He hasn't spoken a single word since it happened. He won't look at me. He won't look at his friend. He has retreated so far into himself that I'm not sure he knows how to get back out. That's the result of your strategies. He has the decency to flinch, but it's fleeting. He recovers, his corporate armor sliding back into place. He pulls out his phone, his thumb swiping across the screen. I'll schedule an emergency session with Dr. Albright, and I'll compensate the other family for any distress. 1,000 should cover it. Maybe 2. I stare at him, completely and utterly gobsmacked. My mouth opens and closes, but no sound comes out. He thinks he can write a check to fix a child's broken heart. The sheer, unadulterated arrogance of it is breathtaking. You think money is the answer to this? I finally manage, my voice shaking with the fury I'm struggling to contain. Money is the answer to most things, he says flatly. Not even looking up from his phone. It provides resources, access, solutions. It doesn't provide a father figure. It doesn't provide a safe harbor in a storm. It doesn't sit on the floor and build a pillow fort and tell you it's okay to be sad. It doesn't hold your hand when you wake up from a nightmare. My voice cracks on the last words, and I hate myself for it. I hate that he's getting to me. He finally looks up, his gaze pinning me in place. There's something in his eyes. Not just anger, but a flicker of something raw and wounded that he masks almost instantly. I am providing for him in the best way I know how, he says, his voice like steel. By being absent? By outsourcing his emotional well-being to a team of professionals? That boy doesn't need another specialist, Mr. Hale. He needs his uncle. He needs you. He stands abruptly, the tiny chair scraping backward with a screech. He looms over the table, a thundercloud of wealth and power and profound willful ignorance. Thank you for your perspective, Ms. Biles, he says, the words dripping with condescension. It's been very enlightening. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to my actual job. I'll handle this with professionals who deal in results, not finger painting and feelings. And with that, he turns on his heel and strides out of my classroom, leaving a wake of cold, silent fury behind him. The vibrant colors on the walls seem to dim in his absence. I stand there for a long moment, my hands clenched at my sides, my heart thundering against my ribs. It's not for me. It's for the little boy in the corner who just watched the only family he has left walk away without even saying his name. My gaze shifts to Leo. He's finally looking up, his small face pale, his blue eyes wide with a familiar, heartbreaking expression. The look of a child who has just been left behind, again. And in that moment, I know this is no longer just about teaching. This is a fight. And that man, that impossible, arrogant, broken man, has no idea who he's up against.
Chapter 3. Byron. My solutions are elegant, efficient, and expensive. They are the best. I end the video call with Dr. Albright, a woman whose name is whispered with reverence in the most exclusive Manhattan parenting circles, and whose hourly rate could fund a small nation. She spoke of play-based diagnostics and attachment theory. I spoke of actionable metrics and a timeline for results. We agreed to disagree, and I transferred her retainer. Action 1. Complete. My thumb hovers over my phone before moving with practice speed. Amazon. The search bar yields 1,000 options. I filter by top-rated and most expensive. A drone with a 4K camera and obstacle avoidance. A VR headset that promises fully immersive educational experiences. A robotics kit designed by engineers at MIT. One click. Done. The delivery window is guaranteed before 5 p.m. This is what money and power can buy. Action 2. Complete. Hours later, I lean back in my leather office chair, the city skyline sprawling out before me like a conquered territory. This is how problems are solved, with decisive action and superior resources. I am providing for Leo. I am giving him the best tools, the best minds, the best possible chance to recalibrate. That's the word Dr. Albright used. As if my nephew is a malfunctioning piece of high-end machinery. The thought leaves a sour taste in my mouth. I scrub a hand over my face and glance at the clock. 6 p.m. I should go home. The word feels foreign, ill-fitting. I don't have a home. I have a 3-story penthouse with a view that was featured in Architectural Digest. It's a statement, an asset. It is not by any stretch of the imagination a home. When I walk through the door an hour later, the silence is the first thing to greet me. It's a physical presence in this place, a permanent resident. The vast, open-plan living area with its chrome fixtures and minimalist gray furniture is empty. A woman in a severe gray dress and sensible shoes rises from one of the uncomfortable-looking armchairs. Mrs. Gable. Her hair is pulled back in a bun so tight it looks painful, and her expression is one of neutral, professional calm. "Mr. Hale," she says, voice as starched as her collar. "You're later than anticipated." "The traffic was unpredictable," I say, loosening my tie. "Of course, sir." She picks up a thin binder from the side table. A summary of the afternoon. Leo completed his session with Dr. Albright via tablet at 1500 hours. He consumed 67% of his nutritionally balanced meal. He refused to engage with the robotics kit that was delivered, but he did complete his assigned reading worksheet. His emotional state has been stable. It's a report, a summary of my nephew's life, delivered like a quarterly earnings call. It's exactly what I hired her for. Efficiency, discretion, and emotional detachment. And it makes my stomach clench. "Thank you, Mrs. Gable," I say, my voice tight. "That will be all for tonight." She gives a curt nod, collects her things, and lets herself out, the soft click of the door sealing me inside with the silence once more. The stack of boxes from Amazon sits by the door, untouched. A monument to my failed strategy. I find Leo in his room. The VR headset is still in its slick black box on his desk. The robotics kit is unopened. He's on the floor, on his stomach, a worn notebook open in front of him. A single sharpened pencil is in his hand. He's drawing, intricate, detailed figures locked in some epic battle. Knights in elaborate armor, beasts with shadowy wings. It's the same thing he's been drawing for 6 months. "Hey, buddy," I say from the doorway. My voice sounds too loud in the quiet room. He doesn't look up. "That's a cool dragon." "It's a gorgon," he mutters, his pencil never ceasing its furious shading. "Right. Of course it is." I clear my throat, stepping further into the room, feeling like an intruder. "Mrs. Gable said you didn't want to try the robot." He just shrugs, a tiny dismissive gesture that lands like a punch to the gut. "I thought maybe we could, fly the drone tonight." I press on, my voice strained. "The concierge said the rooftop is clear." He just shakes his head, a barely perceptible movement. The silence stretches, thick and suffocating. I'm standing in the middle of his room, a titan of the legal world, a man who can bend corporate boards to his will, but I'm rendered completely and utterly impotent by a 7-year-old silence. I retreat. It's a full-scale, tactical withdrawal from a battle I don't know how to fight. I pour myself 2 fingers of Glenmorangie, the amber liquid doing nothing to warm the cold knot of failure in my stomach. My phone buzzes on the marble countertop. I glance at it. Belcourt Academy. For Christ's sake, what now? I let it go to voicemail. I'm not equipped for another round with a school nurse or principal tonight, but it rings again, immediately. With a curse, I snatch it up. Hale. Mr. Hale. It's Willow Biles. Her, the teacher, the woman with the soft voice and the spine of steel. The memory of our confrontation, her quiet fury, my defensive arrogance, is still fresh. Miss Biles, I say, my tone clipped. Is there a problem? I'm just calling to check in on Leo, she says. Her voice is lower over the phone, a smooth, melodic hum that is deeply, infuriatingly calming. I wanted to see how he was doing after he got home. He's fine, I lie. We have the situation under control. Mrs. Gable gave me a full report. A report? I can hear the disbelief in her voice, sharp and clear. Did his report mention if he was happy? Or sad? Or scared? I take a swallow of scotch, the burn a welcome distraction. We're implementing a new behavioral framework with Dr. Albright. It's a structured approach designed to mitigate these outbursts. The silence on the other end of the line is heavy. Then she sighs. It's not a sound of defeat. It's a sound of profound, weary frustration. And for some reason, it gets under my skin. Mr. Hale, she says. And the professional calm is gone, instead replaced by a low, simmering fire. He's not a hostile takeover. He's a little boy. Did you even ask him why he was sad? His emotional state is being monitored by a professional. A professional he sees twice a week for 50 minutes? Who's monitoring him when he wakes up from a nightmare at 3 a.m.? Who's there when he sees a dad with his son at the park and his little face just crumples? That's your job. He doesn't need a framework. He needs his uncle to get on the floor with him and build a goddamn pillow fort. Her passion is a physical force, a wave of heat crashing through the phone, and I'm momentarily stunned into silence. My methods are my business. I finally manage, my voice tight. They are proven, and they are effective. Are they? She challenges, her voice cracking with an emotion I can't name. Is your silent, lonely little boy proof of their effectiveness? Or is he proof that you're terrified of feeling anything, so you're trying to make sure he doesn't either? The accusation hits its mark. A direct hit. I feel the impact shudder through me. You're out of line, Miss Biles. And you're out of excuses, Mr. Hale. She hangs up, just like that. The line goes dead, leaving me staring at my phone, her words echoing in the cavernous silence of my apartment. I drain my glass in one go, the scotch burning a path down my throat. Later, long after the city has gone to sleep, I'm still awake. I stand by the floor-to-ceiling windows, the glittering expanse of the city below me. It usually makes me feel powerful. Tonight, it just makes me feel small, and I can't get her out of my head. Willow Biles. I see her standing in her classroom, a splash of vibrant, defiant yellow in my gray world. I remember the way her brown eyes, the color of rich, dark coffee, held no fear, only a fiery conviction that made my own feel hollow. Her hair was pulled back in a series of intricate braids, framing a face with high cheekbones and a full, expressive mouth that was currently set in a stubborn, disapproving line. She's a beautiful woman. It's an objective fact, one I'd noted and dismissed with clinical efficiency. But it's not her beauty that's haunting me. It's her fire. It's the way she used her hands when she spoke, not with wide, frantic gestures, but with a controlled grace, as if she were physically shaping her arguments between us. A simple silver locket at her throat had caught the light, a single point of brightness against her warm, brown skin. She is everything I am not. Warmth to my cold, chaos to my order, feeling to my logic. And she stands in stark, brilliant contrast to the cold, efficient world I've built for Leo, a world managed by the competent but sterile Mrs. Gable. And she thinks I'm failing. The worst part? The part that has me pouring another drink I don't want. I think she might be right.
Chapter 4. Willow. Leo Hale is turning into a ghost. It's a slow, quiet fade, happening right before my eyes. He's physically present in my classroom, a small dark-haired boy with eyes the color of a stormy sea, but the rest of him is disappearing. He pulls the hood of his navy blue sweatshirt over his head during circle time. He chooses the reading corner during free play, not to read, but to turn his back on the world. And then there are the appointments. Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 a.m., a woman with a severe haircut and a clipboard that looks surgically attached to her hand appears at my classroom door. Her name is Dr. Albright. She never smiles. She just nods at me, says, "Leo, it's time," and whisks him away for his 50-minute session of behavioral framework implementation. Today, as she leads him out, another student, sweet little Maya, asks, "Why does Leo get to leave all the time?" I watch Leo's shoulders hike up to his ears. He doesn't look at Maya. He just lets himself be led away, a silent little prisoner of his uncle's good intentions. Leo has some important work to do with Dr. Albright, I say, keeping my voice light. Just like our work here is important. But the damage is done. He's been singled out. He's the project, the problem to be fixed. And every time he returns from one of those sessions, a little more of his light has gone out. I can't stand it. I won't. During story time this afternoon, I put away the assigned reader about a cat who chases a ball. The kids groan in relief. I pull out a book I brought from home, one with a heavy, worn cover and gorgeous, dramatic illustrations. Today, I announce, my voice dropping into a more theatrical register, we're not going to read about Fluffy. We're going to talk about heroes. Real heroes. We're going to talk about a man named Hercules. A few of the boys perk up. Maya's eyes go wide. I don't read from the book. I tell the story. I talk about the impossible labors, the terrifying hydra with its many heads, the strength it took to face down monsters. I use my hands, shaping the beasts in the air, my voice rising and falling with the drama of the fight. And then I see it. From under the shadow of his hoodie, Leo's head lifts, just an inch. His gaze, usually fixed on a distant, invisible point on the floor, flicks toward me. He's listening. His pencil, usually clutched in a white-knuckled grip, lies forgotten on the rug. I feel a surge of triumph, hot and fierce. I aim the rest of the story directly at him. And even when Hercules was scared, I say, my eyes finding his, even when he thought he was all alone and that the monsters were too big to fight, he found a strength inside him he didn't even know he had. Because that's what heroes do. They don't run. They fight. He doesn't look away. For a full, breathtaking minute, I have him. He's here. Present. A flicker of the boy he was before his world fell apart. It's the first real victory I've had in weeks, and it makes me furious all over again at the one person who should be fighting for him, but is instead outsourcing the battle. Lord Boardroom. The nickname popped into my head during our disastrous meeting and has refused to leave. It's perfect. It captures everything about him. The arrogance, the power, the infuriating belief that he can command the world from on high. Byron Hale. The man with the bespoke suit and the emotional intelligence of a rock. An incredibly handsome, jaw-droppingly gorgeous rock, but a rock nonetheless. The memory of his cold, dismissive eyes makes my hands clench. He's the monster Leo really needs to face, and he doesn't even see it. The final bell rings, and the classroom explodes into the usual happy chaos of backpacks and scraped chairs. As I'm wiping down the tables, my phone buzzes in my pocket. I glance at the screen. A picture of a smiling baby with cheeks for days. "Monique?" I answer, propping the phone between my ear and shoulder as I spray a desk with cleaner. "Hey, you. Don't you have a corporate empire to run or something?" "Please." Her voice comes through, warm and familiar, followed by the distinct sound of a baby gurgling. "Gabriel is handling the empire today. I'm on spit-up duty. How was your day? Did you survive?" "Barely," I sigh, sinking into my chair. "Monique?" I am at my wits' end with this man. Let me guess. Lord Boardroom struck again? I can't help but smile. She's the only one I've told the nickname to. He's hired a team of specialists who are treating Leo like a lab rat. They pull him out of class twice a week, and he comes back looking like a shell of himself. The other kids are starting to notice. He's fading, Mo, right in front of me. Oh, honey. I'm so sorry. I can hear the genuine empathy in her voice, the quiet understanding of a woman who has navigated the treacherous waters of a guarded, powerful man's heart and come out the other side. What did you do? I went rogue, I confess. Threw out the curriculum and told them the story of Hercules. And for 5 minutes I had him back. He was actually listening. See? I told you. You're magic, Willow. It's not magic, it's basic human connection. Something his uncle wouldn't recognize if it bit him on his custom-tailored ass. Monique laughs, a full, rich sound. Okay, the man is a piece of work, I'll give you that. Gabriel says he's the only lawyer he's ever met who makes him look warm and fuzzy by comparison. That's not a high bar, I grumble, but I'm smiling. Talking to her always feels like coming home. But, she continues, her tone growing more serious, Gabriel also says he's never seen a man more wrecked by grief. He's just burying it under billable hours. He thinks if he can control the logistics of Leo's life, he can control the pain. He's wrong, obviously, but he's not coming from a bad place. He's coming from a terrified one. I lean my head back, staring at the paper stars we hung from the ceiling last month. I know. I saw it in his eyes. Just for a second, this flash of absolute panic, and then it was gone, buried under all that arrogance. My mind flashes to the image of him in my classroom, the sharp cut of his jaw, the way that dark suit fit his broad shoulders, the startling blue of his eyes when they'd narrowed at me. The man is a walking, talking contradiction, and it's driving me crazy. He's insufferable, he's impossible, and he hasn't been out of my head for days. Damn it. So what's your next move, Hero Slayer? Monique asks, pulling me from my thoughts. I don't know. Keep fighting, I guess. Find more stories. More ways to reach him. I'm not letting that man's fear ruin that little boy's life. That's my girl, she says, her voice full of pride. But be careful, Will. Men like that, they're not used to being challenged, especially not by a woman who can see right through them. He doesn't scare me, I say, and I mean it. Mostly. I know he doesn't, she says softly. That's what scares him. We hang up a few minutes later, and I'm left in the quiet of my empty classroom. The scent of lavender and disinfectant hangs in the air. I look at the small, empty chair in the calm-down corner, and my heart aches. I think about Byron Hale, about the cold fortress he's built around himself and his nephew. I think about his sharp suit, his dismissive tone, and the surprising, gut-wrenching flicker of pain I saw in his eyes. He's a handsome, dashing, insufferable bastard. And I have a terrible sinking feeling that my job just got a whole lot more complicated than teaching a little boy how to read.
Chapter 5. Byron. The Peterson acquisition contract is laid out on my desk, a testament to a clean, decisive victory. Every clause is a scalpel, every subsection a perfectly executed maneuver. I should be feeling the familiar, satisfying hum of a world bent to my will. Instead, I'm staring at a doodle on my legal pad, a creature with wings and a serpentine tail, a gorgon. He's not a hostile takeover. Her voice, Willow Biles' voice, is a ghost in my office, a low, melodic hum of accusation that has been haunting me for 3 days. It's an infuriating, distracting sound. I've reread the same indemnification clause 4 times and still have no idea what it says. My intercom buzzes. Mr. Hale? Elise is here with the revised prospectus for the board. Send her in, I say, my voice sharper than intended. Elise, my junior associate, is whip-smart and usually unflappable. She enters, placing the heavy document on my desk with the reverence it deserves. The changes from the Singapore team are highlighted in Section 4, sir. I nod, flipping open the binder. The words swim. All I see is a classroom, too bright and too loud, and a pair of intelligent brown eyes filled with a fiery disappointment that felt disturbingly personal. Sir? Elise asks, her voice hesitant. What? I snap, looking up. She flinches, a barely perceptible tightening around her eyes, but I see it. I, who make a living reading the tells of my opponents, see it in my own goddamn associate. I've made her nervous. Nothing, sir, she says quickly. Just, is everything all right? Everything is fine, I bite out, the lie tasting like ash. The prospectus looks adequate. That will be all. She practically flees the room. I'm left alone with the silence, the contract, and the unsettling realization that I am losing control. Not of my deals, of myself. My phone rings, the display flashing a number I now know by heart, Belcourt Academy. My stomach plummets. A cold, heavy dread coils in my gut. This is Byron Hale. Mr. Hale, it's Carol Davison, the principal at Belcourt. I'm calling to request a meeting with you this afternoon. At 3 p.m., it's regarding Leo's academic progress. Her tone is polite, professional, and leaves no room for negotiation. This isn't a request. It's a summons. I'll be there, I say, my own voice sounding hollow. The principal's office is an exercise in beige restraint. It's neat, orderly, and utterly devoid of personality. It's a room designed to deliver bad news without distraction. I'm seated in a stiff chair that feels 2 sizes too small. Across the desk, Mrs. Davison presides, her hands folded neatly. To her left sits Dr. Albright, the behavioral specialist, her clipboard at the ready. And to her right, a quiet storm in a deep purple sweater, is Willow Biles. She hasn't looked at me since I walked in. She's sitting with a perfect, straight spine, her hands resting in her lap. Her hair is in a crown of thick, elegant braids, and a simple silver locket rests in the hollow of her throat. She looks calm, composed, and it pisses me off more than I can articulate. She's the source of this chaos, the one who planted the seeds of doubt that are now taking root in my carefully manicured world. Thank you for coming in on such short notice, Mr. Hale, Mrs. Davison begins, her voice even. We wanted to discuss some concerns we have about Leo. Dr. Albright clears her throat, flipping a page on her clipboard. Leo's bi-weekly diagnostic assessments show a continued regression in key areas. His reading comprehension has declined by 15%, and his emotional regulation scores are consistently in the red zone. He is exhibiting classic avoidance behaviors and social withdrawal. I grip the arms of my chair. Data. Numbers. I can work with that. So, the framework isn't working. We need a more aggressive strategy. A new intervention. No, a soft voice says. 3 heads turn to Willow. She finally looks at me and her coffee brown eyes are blazing. The calm composure is gone, replaced instead by a fire that seems to heat the air between us. An aggressive intervention is the last thing that child needs, she says, her voice low but ringing with a conviction that makes the hair on my arm stand up. He doesn't need another framework. He doesn't need to be assessed and diagnosed and pulled out of class like he's a broken machine. He needs to feel safe. Safety is my primary concern, I counter, my voice tight. That's why I've provided him with the best possible professional care. You've provided him with a team of strangers who treat him like a case study. She fires back, leaning forward. Her hands are no longer still. They move as she speaks, shaping her words. He told me yesterday that Dr. Albright's office smells like sad. He's not regressing because he's incapable, Mr. Hale. He's regressing because he's lonely and scared, and he feels like he's failing the army of adults you've hired to fix him. Ms. Biles, Dr. Albright cuts in, her tone icy. My methods are clinically proven. Your methods don't account for the fact that he's a little boy who misses his mom and dad. Willow's gaze snaps back to me. His scores don't show that he hides in the book corner with his hood up so no one can see him cry. They don't show that he draws the same picture of a knight fighting a monster over and over again because it's the only way he can feel strong. They don't show that he hasn't laughed, a real, genuine laugh, in 2 weeks. Every word is a perfectly aimed dart, and they all hit their mark. My defenses, usually so impenetrable, are full of holes. Feelings are not a metric for success, I managed to say, the words sounding weak even to my own ears. We need a plan. Something quantifiable. Fine, she says, her voice sharp as glass. You want quantifiable? Here it is. He can't sound out 3-letter words anymore. He can't write his own name without his hand shaking. He's so consumed by anxiety that his brain is short-circuiting. Is that quantifiable enough for you? Mrs. Davison holds up a hand, a silent plea for peace. Willow, Mr. Hale, we are all on the same side here. We all want what's best for Leo. Do we? Willow asks, her eyes still locked on mine. Because what I think is best for Leo is for his uncle to put down the phone, get off the corporate ladder, and actually be present in his life. To show him that he is more important than any deal. The accusation hangs in the air, heavy and undeniable. It's the same thing she said on the phone. The same truth I've been trying to outrun. I provide for him, I say. I give him everything. You give him everything but yourself, she whispers, and the fight seems to drain out of her, replaced by profound, aching sadness. The room falls silent. The weight of her words is suffocating. I feel 3 pairs of eyes on me, waiting. I have no counter-argument, no legal precedent to cite, no logical maneuver to escape this. Mrs. Davison clears her throat, her expression grim. Mr. Hale, we need to be frank. Leo is falling behind, drastically. If he doesn't show significant and immediate improvement in both his academic and social-emotional engagement, we will have no choice but to recommend he repeat the 1st grade. The words hit me like a physical blow. Repeat. Failure. My entire life has been a carefully constructed monument to success. I have never failed. Not at school, not at law, not in business. The very concept is alien to me. And now my nephew, my responsibility, my sister's legacy, is failing, which means I am failing, in the most public, most fundamental way imaginable. I look at Willow. I expect to see triumph in her eyes, a smug, "I told you so!" But there's nothing of the sort. Her face is soft with an emotion I can't quite place. Pity? No, it's not that. It's sorrow, a deep, shared sorrow. For Leo, and impossibly for me. That look, more than anything else, shatters the last of my defenses. I stand, my movements stiff, my body feeling disconnected from my mind. I understand, I say, the words tasting like defeat. Thank you for your time. I walk out of the office, out of the school, and into the bright, unforgiving afternoon sun. The world feels tilted on its axis. The noise of the city is a distant roar. My methods have failed. My strategies are useless. My money is worthless. I am failing him. And the only person who seems to have a clue how to fix it is the one woman who sees me not as a titan of industry, but as a man who is completely, utterly, and hopelessly lost.
Chapter 6. Willow. I'm tidying up my classroom after the emotional carnage of the meeting, my movements jerky and filled with a restless, angry energy. I slam a stack of workbooks onto a shelf with more force than necessary, the sound echoing in the empty room. My hands are still shaking. Recommend he repeat the 1st grade. The words are a bitter pill I can't seem to swallow. They're failing that little boy. All of them. The specialists, the principal, and most of all, his uncle, Lord Boardroom, the man who thinks a child's heart is a line item on a budget. Miss Biles. I jump, spinning around to find the man himself standing in my doorway. Byron Hale looks completely out of place, his dark, expensive suit a stark slash against the cheerful chaos of my classroom. The arrogant armor he wore in the meeting is gone, replaced by something I've never seen on him before. Raw, unfiltered desperation. His tie is slightly loosened, and the single lock of dark hair has fallen across his forehead. He looks wrecked. Good. "Mr. Hale," I say, my voice clipped. I cross my arms over my chest, a defensive posture I don't even try to hide. "If you're here to lecture me on my unquantifiable methods again, you can save your breath." He takes a step into the room, his hands shoved deep into his pockets. I'm not. He pauses, swallowing, and the movement of his Adam's apple is surprisingly vulnerable. "I'm here to make you a proposition." I let out a short, humorless laugh. "A proposition? What, are you going to offer me a corner office in exchange for my silence?" "I'm going to offer you a job," he says, his voice low and strained. "As Leo's private tutor." I stare at him. Of all the things I expected, this was not one of them. "You can't be serious. You have a nanny. A highly qualified, probably has 3 degrees in child psychology nanny. Mrs. Gable handles his schedule." He grits out, and the admission sounds like it's physically painful for him. "She ensures he's fed and gets to his appointments." She can't. She doesn't. He trails off, unable to say it, unable to admit what's missing. "She doesn't have a heart?" I supply, my voice sharp. His eyes flash. "She's a professional, but she's not working. My methods aren't working. He's failing. And you're the only one who seems to see him. The real him." He takes another step closer, his intense blue eyes pleading. "Name your price, Ms. Biles." I'm not exaggerating. Whatever it is, I'll pay it. The offer hangs in the air, glittering and obscene. My mind, against my will, flashes to my father, to the stack of bills on my parents' kitchen table, to the quiet, constant worry in my mother's eyes. The number Byron could offer would be more than just a salary. It would be a lifeline. It would be peace of mind. It would be a full-time, top-tier care facility for my dad, without my mom having to sell their house. And the thought makes me sick. "No," I say, the word clean and final. He blinks, clearly thrown. "I don't think you understand." "Oh, I understand perfectly," I cut in, my voice shaking with a sudden righteous fury. "You want to fire one employee just to hire another to fill the same hole in your nephew's life. You think you can swap out one specialist for another and fix him. The problem isn't Mrs. Gable, Mr. Hale. It's you. You want to pay me to do the job that you should be doing. The answer is no." His face hardens, the desperation warring with his ingrained arrogance. "This isn't about me. This is about Leo." "Everything is about you, Mr. Hale. If it were about Leo, you would be the one on the floor with him, not your checkbook." "Every person has a price," he says, his voice dropping to a dangerous growl. He names a number, an annual salary so astronomical it makes the air leave my lungs. It's more than my parents' mortgage. It's life-altering. For a dizzying second, I'm tempted. I see my father's face, my mother's exhausted smile, the relief, the freedom from worry. Then I see Leo's face, small, pale, and lost. "My integrity isn't for sale," I whisper, voice thick with a resolve that surprises even me. "And I will not be another one of your outsourced solutions. Find someone else." He stares at me, his jaw working, completely stunned into silence. He looks like a man who has never been told no in his entire life. Finally, he just nods, a single jerky movement, and turns and walks away without another word. I sink into my chair, my legs trembling, my heart beating against my ribs. I just turned down a fortune. I just chose my principles over my family's security. and I have no idea if I made the right choice. The next morning, the weight of that decision is a heavy cloak. I'm quiet during morning meeting, my mind replaying the conversation. During free choice time, I see Leo sitting alone in the reading corner, his back to the room. His worn mythology book is open on his lap, but he's not reading. He's just staring at a picture of Icarus falling from the sky. I walk over and sit on the floor beside him, not too close. "That's a sad story, isn't it?" I say softly. He doesn't look at me, but he whispers. His dad told him not to fly too close to the sun. He did, I agree. But Icarus was so excited about flying, he forgot to listen. Leo's small shoulder lifts in a shrug. He just wanted to touch the sky. He traces the falling figure with his finger. He fell all by himself. My heart cracks. It's not just a story to him. It's his life. He feels like he's in a free fall, and the one person who is supposed to catch him is too busy building his own wings out of gold. In that moment, everything becomes crystal clear. My principles don't mean a damn thing if that little boy drowns. My integrity won't teach him how to read. My refusal won't heal his heart. I am the only one who can build him a bridge back to the world, and to do that, I have to cross one myself. I pull out my phone and send a text. "I'll do it. But we're going to do this my way." His reply is instantaneous. Lunch, 1 p.m., the Bristol. Of course. A stuffy, expensive restaurant where he's in his element. I almost laugh. He still doesn't get it. When I walk into the Bristol, he's already there, seated at a secluded corner table. He stands when he sees me, a gesture of politeness that feels jarringly formal. He's back in his armor, a perfectly cut navy suit, a crisp white shirt. The desperate man from my classroom is gone, replaced by the cool, commanding CEO. And sitting on the table between our plates is a thick, leather-bound folder. "Thank you for meeting me," he says as I sit. "Let's get one thing straight," I say, ignoring the menu the waiter places in front of me. "This isn't a social call." "Of course not." He slides the leather folder toward me. "This is a standard employment agreement. It outlines the terms, compensation, and a non-disclosure clause. My lawyers drew it up this morning." I stare at the folder, then I look at him, and I start to laugh. A real, genuine laugh that earns us a few scandalized looks from the surrounding tables. "You brought a contract?" I ask, wiping a tear of mirth from the corner of my eye. "Oh, Lord Boardroom, you truly have no idea, do you?" His face tightens at the nickname, but I don't care. I push the folder back across the table, the heavy leather sliding silently on the white linen. "I'm not signing that," I say, my voice firm. "We are not doing this your way. We are doing this my way. And these are my terms. They are non-negotiable." He leans back, his eyes narrowing, intrigued despite himself. "I'm listening." "Term 1, I begin, leaning forward and holding up a finger. "I have complete and total autonomy over Leo's lessons. No input from you, no frameworks from your team of specialists. Just me and him. You will call off your army. That includes Dr. Albright and Mrs. Gable during my hours." He hesitates, then gives a curt nod. "Fine." Term 2. The tutoring sessions will take place at your home. 3 days a week, from 4 to 6. Acceptable. Term 3. I take a deep breath. This is the one that matters. For the first hour of every single session, you will be present. Not in your office, not on your phone. In the room, with us, participating. If we are building a pillow fort, you are building it with us. If we are painting, you are getting your hands dirty. You will be present. No exceptions. He goes completely still. The air crackles between us. I can see the war in his eyes, the instinct to refuse, to maintain his distance, clashing with the raw desperation that brought him here. He's a man who controls everything. and I'm demanding he surrender. He stares at me for a long, silent minute. I don't waver. I hold his gaze, letting him see the unshakable resolve in mine. He lets out a slow, deliberate breath. "Fine," he says, the word clipped, tasting like defeat. "You have a deal, Ms. Biles." "Good," I say, standing up. I haven't even taken off my coat. "My first lesson is tomorrow at 4. Don't be late." And I walk out of the restaurant, leaving him sitting there with his useless contract and a look on his face that is a perfect, beautiful mixture of fury and shock. The war has just begun, but for the first time I feel like I have a fighting chance.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyler Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyler can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit tylerwalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
tylerwalker.com. Escape your life with Tyler.
Chapter 7. Byron. At precisely 4 o'clock, my front door buzzes. The sound is an unwelcome intrusion, a harbinger of the chaos I have willingly invited into my home. For the last hour, I've been pacing the length of my living room, a space designed for silent contemplation and impressing investors, not for whatever fresh hell is about to unfold. I've loosened my tie. That's my concession to the absurdity of this situation. I'm a man about to enter a negotiation where I have already surrendered every point of leverage. I press the button on the intercom. Yes? It's Willow Biles. Her voice comes through, smooth and steady. Annoyingly steady. I buzz her in and stand by the door, my arms crossed over my chest, a defensive posture I don't even try to hide. The private elevator opens directly into my foyer, and she steps out. She's carrying a tote bag so large and vibrantly patterned, it looks like it might have devoured a small country. It's overflowing with what looks like stuff. Colorful, messy, unstructured stuff. She's wearing a soft forest green jumpsuit that looks ridiculously comfortable and a pair of worn leather boots. Her braids are swept up to one side, revealing the elegant slope of her neck and the simple silver locket that rests there. She looks like a walking, talking protest against my entire aesthetic. "Mr. Hale," she says, giving me a polite nod. Her eyes, the color of rich, dark chocolate, sweep over the vast, minimalist space, taking in the chrome, the glass, the 50 shades of gray. I see a flicker of something in them. Pity, maybe. It sets my teeth on edge. Leo trails behind her, his head down, his ever-present hoodie pulled up. She and Leo came from school. His driver picked them up. "Miss Biles," I reply, my voice stiff. "Leo's room is this way. I've had his desk cleared, and from now on, Mrs. Gable won't be around when you're here. None of my workforce will. The nanny will take care of Leo and anything else but his studies. There are workbooks." "Thank you for that," she says, cutting me off. She drops her bag of chaos onto my polished concrete floor with a soft thud. "But we won't be needing his desk. Or your workbooks." I blink. Then what, precisely, is the plan? Are we going to use the power of positive thinking to teach him the alphabet? A small smile plays on her full lips, and it's not a friendly one. It's a challenge. Something like that. First, we're going to need to build a proper headquarters. This, she says, gesturing around my living room, is completely unsuitable. Unsuitable? I repeat, incredulous. This room was designed by a Pritzker Prize-winning architect. And it has all the warmth and charm of a surgical theater, she shoots back without missing a beat. We need a fortress. And you, she says, pointing a finger at me, are going to help us build it. Pillows. All of them. Now, I stare at her. She wants me to dismantle my $20,000 Italian sofa to build a... what? A pillow fort? The sheer, unmitigated audacity is stunning. I'm about to unleash the full force of my CEO voice, the one that makes grown men sweat, but she just arches a perfectly shaped eyebrow and waits, her expression unwavering. It's the most effective negotiation tactic I've ever witnessed. With a low growl of frustration, I stalk over to the sofa and start pulling off the heavy silk and velvet cushions. They feel foreign in my hands, too soft, too yielding. I feel ridiculous. A titan of industry reduced to manual labor at the behest of a first-grade teacher. Good, she says, a genuine smile finally breaking through. It transforms her face, lighting her up from the inside out. I hate that I notice. Leo, honey, can you grab the ones from the armchair? Leo looks up, his eyes wide. He glances at me, as if seeking permission to touch the furniture, then at Willow's encouraging face. Slowly, tentatively, he walks over to the armchair and pulls off a cushion, hugging it to his chest like a shield. For the next 10 minutes, I'm a grunt in Willow Biles' small, fluffy army. She directs the construction with the precision of a master architect, her voice a low, encouraging hum. No, Mr. Hale, that one needs to be the main support beam. We need a strong foundation. Her hand brushes mine as we both reach for the same cushion, and a jolt of unexpected heat shoots up my arm. Her skin is warm, her touch feather-light, and I pull back like I've been burned. She doesn't seem to notice, or if she does, she's a better actor than anyone on my legal team. We build a surprisingly sturdy structure in the center of my living room. It's a lopsided, chaotic mess of expensive fabric, and it looks utterly absurd against the backdrop of my carefully curated life. There, she says, her hands on her hips, a smudge of dust on her cheek. The fortress of heroes. She gets down on her hands and knees and crawls inside. Your turn, Leo. Leo hesitates for only a second before scrambling in after her. She looks back at me, her head peeking out from the makeshift doorway. Well, she asks, her eyes dancing with mischief. Your hour has started, Lord Boardroom. Are you coming in, or are you going to supervise from on high? The nickname spoken aloud is both an insult and an invitation. With a sigh that feels like it's being dragged from my soul, I get down on my hands and knees and crawl into the damn pillow fort. The space is small, intimate, and smells like her. That faint, clean scent of lavender and old paper. It's suffocating. I'm wedged between a velvet cushion and the back of the sofa, my knees practically touching hers. I can see the intricate pattern of her braids, the faint pulse fluttering at the base of her throat. I'm acutely, painfully aware of every inch of her. She seems completely unfazed. She pulls a heavy, beautifully illustrated book from her tote bag. Okay, hero, she says to Leo. Today we meet Perseus. She doesn't read from the page. She tells the story. Her voice changes, becoming a dramatic whisper as she describes the terrifying Medusa, then a triumphant shout as she recounts Perseus's victory. She uses her hands, her shadow dancing on the pillow walls of our fortress. She draws Leo in, asking him questions. What do you think he used to see her reflection, Leo? A shield? Or a puddle? Leo doesn't speak, but he points a small, hesitant finger at the gleaming shield in the illustration. Exactly! Willow beams, and her smile is so bright, so full of genuine pride it momentarily blinds me. He was clever. He used his brain, not just his muscles. I watch them, a silent observer in this strange, secret world she's created in the middle of my living room. I see Leo's shoulders relax. I see him lean slightly closer to her as she turns a page. I see him make eye contact with her for a full 5 seconds. And I feel something shift inside me, a reluctant, grudging admiration. This isn't a lesson plan. This is magic. A strange, unconventional, and undeniably effective form of it. I'm still convinced it's all nonsense, this focus on feelings and forts, but I can't argue with the evidence in front of me. This is the most engaged I have seen my nephew in 6 months. When my watch alarm chimes, signaling the end of my hour, I feel a bizarre pang of something. I don't want to call it disappointment. It's not that. It's just a reluctance to leave the strange warmth of the fortress for the cold silence of my office. My time is up, I say, my voice rough. Willow looks at me, her expression unreadable in the dim light. So it is. I crawl out of the fort, standing and brushing off my trousers, feeling the need to re-establish my authority, to reclaim my space. I'll be in my office if you require anything. We'll be fine, she says, her attention already back on Leo and the book. We're about to fight the Kraken. I retreat to my office and shut the door, but I don't work. I sit at my desk, the Peterson contract forgotten, and I listen. I listen to the muffled sound of her voice rising and falling with the rhythm of the story. I listen for the sound of Leo's voice, hoping for a word, a laugh. I don't hear one. Not yet. But for the first time, it doesn't feel like an impossibility. I stare at the closed door, the fortress of pillows on the other side. This woman, with her chaotic bag and her hero stories, has breached my defenses in a way no corporate rival ever has. And I have a terrible feeling that the real battle has just begun.
Chapter 8. Willow. 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks of this strange new rhythm. 2 weeks of me invading Byron Hale's pristine, silent penthouse with my overflowing tote bag of chaos and my unwavering belief in the power of a good pillow fort. Our fortress of heroes is now a permanent lopsided fixture in the middle of his architectural digest-worthy living room. It's a riot of gray silk cushions and navy velvet throws, and it makes me smile every time I see it. I'm pretty sure it gives him a nervous tick. He's kept his word, to his credit. Every session, for one excruciatingly long hour, he is present, physically at least. He sits cross-legged just inside the fortress entrance, his back ramrod straight, his ridiculously expensive suit trousers straining at the knees. He looks like a king holding court in a kindergarten classroom. He's a silent, brooding observer, his jaw tight, his intense blue eyes tracking our every move. Most of the time, he has his laptop balanced on his knees, pretending to work, but I see him watching. Oh, he's watching. I feel the weight of his skepticism, like a physical presence, a constant, low-grade hum of judgment. He thinks this is all a waste of time. I can see it in the way he checks his watch every 7 minutes. I can feel it in the stiff silence that radiates from him. He's still Lord Boardroom, through and through. An insufferable, emotionally constipated man who probably organizes his socks by thread count. But then I'll catch a glimpse of him when he thinks I'm not looking. I'll see the way his broad shoulders tense when Leo flinches from a loud noise. I'll see the flicker of raw, unguarded pain in his eyes when Leo refuses to meet his gaze. And my stomach does this complicated, traitorous little flip. Because beneath the layers of bespoke wool and icy control, there is a man who is drowning. And a tiny, treacherous part of me wants to be his lifeboat. It's a stupid, dangerous thought, and I shove it down every single time. My focus is Leo. And Leo, he is making progress. It's not a breakthrough. It's a slow, painstaking thaw. He started whispering the names of the gods when we read. He traced the letter A for Achilles yesterday with a surprisingly steady hand. They're small victories, but they feel monumental. Today, I'm upping the ante. I've brought paint. Okay, hero, I say, spreading a plastic drop cloth over the floor of the fortress. The stories are great, but now it's time to create our own. We're going to make a hero's alphabet. We're going to paint every single god, goddess, and monster we've read about. Leo's eyes, visible from the shadow of his hoodie, widen slightly. I pull out thick sheets of paper, pots of vibrant primary-colored paint, and fat, easy-to-grip brushes. Byron, from his guard post at the entrance, lets out a quiet, suffering sigh. I can practically hear him calculating the cost of having the grout on his Italian marble floor professionally cleaned. I ignore him, giving him my brightest, most unapologetic smile. "Your hour has begun, Mr. Hale," I chirp. "I hope you didn't wear your favorite suit." He just glares at me, but he doesn't leave. He shifts, settling in for his hour of torture. We start with A for Artemis, the goddess of the hunt. I show Leo how to mix blue and yellow to make the perfect forest green for her tunic. He's hesitant at first, his fingers barely touching the brush. "It's okay to get messy," I encourage him, dipping my own fingers into the red paint. I draw a crescent moon on the back of my hand. "See? It's just color. It washes off." He watches me, his expression unreadable, but then slowly he dips the tip of his brush into the green. He starts with a small, shaky line. We work in comfortable silence for a while, the only sounds the swish of our brushes and the distant hum of the city 30 floors below. I can feel Byron's gaze on us, a heavy, constant pressure. I refuse to look at him. This time is for Leo. We move on to C for Cerberus, the three-headed dog who guards the underworld. "Okay, he needs to be scary," I say, trying to make my voice deep and monstrous. "What color is a scary three-headed dog?" Leo points a paint-smeared finger at the pot of black paint. "Excellent choice," I praise. I start painting a large, shadowy body, and Leo carefully begins to add the 3 heads. He's completely absorbed, his tongue peeking out from the corner of his mouth in concentration. He's so focused, he doesn't notice the glob of black paint dripping from his brush onto his cheek. I can't help but smile. "Uh-oh, buddy. You've got a little something." I reach out and gently tap his cheek. Right there. He looks at me, his eyes crossing as he tries to see the spot. A tiny smile ghosts his lips. It's the first one I've seen all day. And then I do something without thinking. It's pure instinct. I dip my finger into the pot of white paint and gently dab it on the end of his nose. His eyes go wide with shock. He touches his nose, then looks at the white paint on his fingertip. The fortress is silent for a beat. I hold my breath, worried I've crossed a line, pushed him too far. And then it happens. It starts as a tiny puff of air, a little hiccup of sound, then his shoulders start to shake. A small, rusty giggle escapes his lips. It's a sound I've never heard before. He looks at me, a real, genuine smile finally breaking through his carefully constructed walls. And then he lets out a full, bubbling laugh. It's the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. It's pure, unadulterated joy. A sound of a little boy forgetting, just for a second, that his world is broken. My heart feels as if it's going to burst out of my chest. Tears prick my eyes, but I just laugh with him. A shared, secret moment of pure, unscripted chaos in our fortress of heroes. I'm so lost in the moment, in the magic of his laughter, that I forget we're not alone. I glance toward the entrance of the fort, and my breath lodges in my throat. Byron is frozen. He's halfway to his feet, his laptop abandoned on the floor, his hand still gripping a cushion for support. His face is stripped bare. The mask of the cold, controlled CEO is gone. In its place is a look of such raw, staggering shock and awe that it knocks the air from my lungs. His mouth is slightly parted, his blue eyes wide and glistening with an emotion so naked, so vulnerable, it feels like I'm seeing his soul. The sound of his nephew's laughter has shattered him. The world seems to shrink to just the 3 of us. The sound of Leo's giggles, the smell of wet paint, and the sight of this powerful broken man, seeing a glimpse of the son his sister left behind. The moment stretches, fragile and sacred. Leo's laughter subsides into happy little hiccups. He picks up his brush again, completely unaware of the seismic shift that has just occurred in the room. Byron doesn't move. He just stares, his gaze fixed on Leo, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions I can't even begin to name. Finally, he seems to remember I'm there. His eyes flick to mine, and what I see in them makes my heart do a painful, complicated lurch. It's not gratitude. It's not anger. It's a terrifying, bewildered vulnerability. He doesn't say a word. He just slowly, carefully straightens up. He backs away from the fortress, his movements stiff, like a man in a trance. He turns and walks toward his office, his steps silent on the expensive rug. He closes the door behind him with a soft, final click. I'm left in the quiet, the echo of laughter still hanging in the air. My heart is hammering against my ribs, a wild, frantic rhythm. I look at Leo, now happily painting a third head on his monster, a smudge of white on his nose, and a real smile on his face. Then I look at the closed door of Byron's office. Lord Boardroom just had his fortress breached, and I have a terrible, sinking, exhilarating feeling that he's never going to be the same. And neither am I.
Chapter 9. Byron. The silence in a cemetery is different. It's not empty. It's heavy, weighted with unspoken words and memories that press down on you, a physical weight on your chest. I stand before the polished granite headstone, my hands shoved deep in the pockets of my trousers. The suit feels wrong here. Everything about me feels wrong here. Clara Hale Reynolds. Beloved daughter, wife, and mother. The dates carved beneath her name are a brutal mathematical equation that will never make sense. Too short, too final. Beside me, Leo is a small, still figure. I picked him up from school an hour ago. My only explanation to a confused-looking Mrs. Davison a curt, "Family matter?" Now Leo's small fingers trace the cold, carved letters of his mother's name. He's not crying. He rarely does. He just absorbs the grief, lets it settle deep inside him where no one can see it. He learned that from me, and the thought is a fresh twist of the knife. "Hey, Clara," I whisper, my voice rough, swallowed by the wind that rustles through the ancient oak trees overhead. "It's me." A pathetic opening. I'm a man who commands rooms with my words, and this is the best I can do. "He's getting so big!" I continue, my gaze fixed on the stone. But my awareness is tuned entirely to the small boy beside me. "You'd be proud. He's smart, stubborn as hell, just like you." The wind picks up, and I imagine it's her, sighing, impatient. "Get on with it, Bye. Stop posturing." "I'm failing him, Clara," I confess to the granite, the words tasting like poison. "I'm messing it all up. I'm giving him everything I can buy, and it's not enough. He's so quiet. He's building these walls around himself, and I don't know how to tear them down. I don't even know how to find the door." My throat tightens, a raw, burning knot of failure. "There's this teacher," I murmur, the admission feeling like a betrayal. "Willow, she got him to laugh the other day. I heard it loud and clear. It was like hearing your laugh again. It just about took my knees out from under me." I let out a shaky breath. And all I could think was, it should have been me. I should be the one making him laugh, but I don't know how. I don't know how to do any of this. I place a hand on Leo's shoulder. He leans into my side, a small, warm weight that both anchors me and threatens to pull me under. We stand there for a long time, a silent man and a silent boy, bound by a ghost. The drive back to the city is a silent, tense affair. I let Leo plug into his iPad in the back seat, a concession I rarely make, but today I don't have the strength to fight him on it. I need the quiet. I need to not see his sad, accusing eyes in the rearview mirror. When we get back to the penthouse, the silence is different. It's not the peaceful, ordered quiet I usually cultivate. It's the cemetery silence. Heavy. Suffocating. "Hey, buddy," I say, voice sounding hollow in the vast open space. "Why don't you go watch a movie in your room? Anything you want on the streaming service. My treat." He gives me a small, grateful nod and disappears down the hall, leaving me alone with my demons. The first thing I do is loosen my tie, ripping it from my collar like it's choking me. The second is to head straight for the bar. The Glenmorangie burns on the way down, a welcome, punishing heat. I find the box in the back of my closet, the one I only allow myself to open once a year. It's filled with her photos. Old report cards, a dried corsage from her prom. I pull out a picture of her at 17, grinning, her arms thrown around my neck, her eyes so full of life it feels like a physical assault. I pour another drink. The photos spread across my $1,000 coffee table like shrapnel from an explosion. Clara on a swing set, Clara at her wedding, looking ethereal and happy with a man I never thought was good enough for her. Clara holding a newborn Leo, her face transformed by a love so fierce it was terrifying. Since our parents divorced, it's always been just us. Me and her against the world until she got married. When she got diagnosed with cancer and Leo's bastard father left her, it was only us again, fighting our battles. My promise to her echoes in my skull. Look after him, bye. Promise me he'll be okay. I'm trying, I say to a photo of her laughing, a drink in my hand. I'm really trying. The scotch isn't working fast enough. The edges are still too sharp. The memories are still too loud. I'm on my third glass, the bottle sitting open on the floor beside me when the intercom buzzes. The sound is a violent intrusion. I stare at the console, my mind foggy. Who the hell? Then I remember. Tuesday, 4 o'clock, tutoring. I stab at the button. Go away. Mr. Hale? It's Willow. Is everything okay? It's 4 o'clock. Her voice, that calm, melodic hum, grates on my raw nerves. I don't want her here. I don't want her calm. I don't want her to see this, to see me. The session is cancelled. I slur, the words thick on my tongue. There's a pause. I'm coming up. It's not a question. Before I can refuse, I hear the soft chime of the elevator arriving in my private foyer. The doors slide open, and there she is. She's wearing a simple, soft-looking blue dress that makes her skin look like warm, polished mahogany. Her hair is down today, a cloud of soft, beautiful curls that frames her face. She's holding her ridiculous, oversized tote bag. She takes one step into the living room and freezes, her eyes taking in the scene. The scattered photos, the half-empty bottle of scotch. Me, disheveled and drunk in a wrinkled shirt. Her professional, teacherly composure evaporates. Her face softens, her dark eyes widening with a shock that quickly morphs into something else. Something that looks dangerously like understanding. "Get out!" I growl, trying to stand, my body feeling heavy and uncooperative. She doesn't move. She just sets her bag down slowly, her gaze sweeping over the photos on the table. "This is your sister, isn't it?" she asks, her voice impossibly gentle. "I said get out," I repeat, my voice cracking. I feel exposed, flayed open. Her quiet empathy is a spotlight on every one of my failures. She ignores me. She walks over to the table and picks up a photo. It's the one of Clara holding baby Leo. Willow's thumb brushes over the image, a gesture of such tenderness it makes my chest ache. "She's beautiful," she whispers. Leo has her smile. And that's it. That's the final blow. The last thread of my carefully constructed control snaps. A sound rips from me, a raw, ugly sob I don't recognize as my own. My legs give out, and I sink onto the sofa, my head in my hands. The fortress is gone. The walls are rubble. I'm completely and utterly undone. I feel the couch dip beside me. I expect a hand on my back, a platitude, a pitying sigh. I get none of it. She just sits there, a silent, steady presence in the wreckage of my grief. She doesn't speak. She just breathes. A quiet, rhythmic sound that slowly, impossibly, begins to calm the storm inside me. After a long time, my sobs subside into ragged, shuddering breaths. I don't look at her. I can't. "It's today," I finally manage to say, my voice a hoarse whisper. "The anniversary." "I know," she says softly. "I saw the date on the school calendar." Of course she did. She sees everything. "I promised her," I choke out, the words tearing at my throat. "I promised her I would take care of him, that he would be happy. And he's not. He's sad, and he's quiet, and he's broken. And it's my fault. I'm turning him into me. Or worse, into my father. All logic. No heart." I finally dare to look at her. Her face is a study in compassion. There's no judgment there. No, "I told you so." Just a deep, profound sorrow that seems to mirror my own. "I heard him laugh," I confess, the words tumbling out now, unstoppable. "The other day, with you, and it was the best and worst sound in the world, because it was her laugh, and because I wasn't the one who made it happen. You did, a stranger. You walked in here, and in 2 weeks you reached a part of him I haven't been able to find in 6 months. Tears are streaming down my face now, hot and shameful, but I can't stop them. I don't know what I'm doing, Willow," I whisper, and saying her first name feels like another kind of surrender. I am so lost. She finally moves. Her hand comes up, not to pat my back, but to gently cup my jaw, her thumb brushing away a tear from my cheek. Her touch is electric, a jolt of warmth against my cold skin. "No, you're not," she says, voice a low, steady anchor in my swirling chaos. "You're just grieving, Byron. And you've been doing it all alone. You don't have to anymore." Her eyes hold mine, and in their warm, dark depths, I don't see a teacher or an employee. I see a woman. A strong, beautiful, impossibly kind woman who is looking at the very worst parts of me and is not running away. And for the first time since my sister died, I don't feel like I'm falling all by myself.
Chapter 10. Willow. His hand, the one that isn't covering his face, is clenched into a white-knuckled fist on his knee. His broad shoulders, which usually seem to carry the weight of the world with arrogant ease, are slumped in defeat. The sound of his ragged breathing is the only thing that proves he hasn't shattered into a million pieces right here, on his ridiculously expensive sofa. My own heart is a frantic drum against my ribs. My first instinct is to run, to flee from this raw, gaping wound of a man and the sheer, terrifying depth of his grief. This is too much, too intimate. I am the teacher, the employee. I am not equipped for this. But then I think of Leo. Where is he? Is he listening to his uncle break down from the other room? My stomach twists. I have to get to him. My hand, the one that was cupping Byron's jaw, feels heavy and strange. I pull it back slowly, my touch lingering for a fraction of a second too long. His skin was rough with stubble, hot with tears. Real. "I'll be right back," I whisper, my voice barely a sound. He doesn't respond. I'm not sure he even heard me. I stand on shaky legs and force myself to walk, not run, down the long, sterile hallway toward Leo's room. The door is cracked open. I peek inside. Leo is sitting on his bed, his iPad forgotten beside him. He's wearing his headphones, but he's not watching a movie. He's just staring at the wall, his small face pale and still. He knows. Of course he knows. Kids have an antenna for this stuff. They feel the shift in the emotional atmosphere, like a change in barometric pressure. I knock softly on the doorframe. He looks up, his stormy blue eyes wide and lost. "Hey, hero," I say gently, stepping into the room. I sit on the edge of his bed. How are you doing? He just shrugs, pulling at a loose thread on his comforter. Your uncle is having a tough day, I say, choosing my words carefully. Today is a very sad day for him. It's the day his sister, the day your mom went to become a star in the sky. He nods, his gaze dropping to his lap. I know, he whispers. It's my sad day too. My heart feels as if it's being squeezed in a vice. I fight the urge to pull him into a hug. He's not ready for that. Not yet. I know it is, sweetheart, I say. And it's okay to be sad. It's okay for your uncle to be sad too. Grown-ups get sad just like kids. I pause, an idea forming, a quiet, desperate plan. You know what I think might help? I think your uncle needs someone to take care of him right now. And I think he could use a really good helper. Do you think you're up for a top-secret mission? His head lifts, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. What mission? Operation. Take care of Uncle Byron, I say, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I think we need to make him some food. And maybe clean up the living room a little. Make it feel less sad in there. What do you think? He considers this for a long moment, his small face serious. Then he gives a single decisive nod. Okay. The relief that floods through me is so potent it makes me dizzy. Okay. I breathe. Let's go. I lead him back out into the living room. Byron hasn't moved. He's slumped against the cushions, his eyes closed, his breathing finally evened out into the heavy rhythm of sleep. He looks younger like this. The hard, sharp edges of Lord Boardroom have been worn down by grief, leaving behind just a man. A broken, exhausted man. I feel a pang of something sharp and protective in my chest. It's a dangerous feeling, one I have no business having, but I can't stop it. Okay, buddy, I whisper to Leo, pointing at the scattered photographs. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to gather all these pictures. We're going to put them somewhere safe. While Leo carefully collects the memories of his mother, I move to the kitchen. It's a stunning state-of-the-art space that looks like it's never seen anything more complicated than a shot of espresso. I find what I need: eggs, bread, cheese. Simple, comforting things. Leo comes in a few minutes later, a stack of photos held carefully in his hands. Good job, soldier. I praise. I find an empty, elegant-looking box on a high shelf, probably for some expensive watch, and we carefully place the photos inside. We don't hide it. We place it on the center of the mantelpiece, a place of honor. Acknowledged, but contained. Next agenda, we cook. Or rather, I cook, and Leo helps. He stands on a stool, carefully stirring the eggs in a bowl while I slice tomatoes. We work in a quiet, comfortable rhythm. For the first time, this vast, empty penthouse feels like it has a heartbeat. We make a simple, nourishing meal: fluffy scrambled eggs, grilled cheese cut into triangles, and sliced tomatoes. It's comfort food. It's what my mom always made for me when I was sad. When everything is ready, I look over at the couch. Byron is still dead to the world, one arm dangling off the side, his handsome face slack with sleep. He looks peaceful. The sight does another one of those complicated, traitorous flips in my stomach. Okay, I say to Leo. Time for part 2 of the mission. I walk over to the couch, my heart thudding. I should just leave. Let him sleep. But the thought of him waking up alone in this mess, with a pounding headache and a gut full of scotch and grief, I can't do it. I touch his shoulder gently. Byron? He groans, shifting. His eyes flutter open, bleary and unfocused. He squints at me, confusion clouding his features. Willow? He rasps, his voice thick with sleep. He pushes himself up, running a hand over his face. What time is it? The session's over. I say softly, but dinner is ready. You need to eat something. He blinks at me, looking completely disoriented. It's cute. An utterly inappropriate thought, but there it is. The formidable shark, looking like a lost little boy who just woke up from a nap. I'm not hungry, he mutters, trying to stand and swaying slightly. That wasn't a request, I say, my teacher voice kicking in automatically. I put my hands on my hips. You drank half a bottle of scotch on an empty stomach. You are going to eat, or you will be violently ill tomorrow, and I will have zero sympathy for you. He just stares at me, his blue eyes wide and unguarded. Leo chooses that moment to intervene. He walks over, takes his uncle's large hand in his small one, and tugs. Come on, Uncle Byron, he says, voice a small, clear bell in the quiet room. Willow made cheesy eggs. Byron looks down at his nephew, then back at me, and he surrenders. He lets his 7-year-old nephew lead him to the dining table like a docile giant. We eat together. It's quiet, but it's not the tense, heavy silence of before. It's a soft, healing quiet. Byron eats every bite on his plate, his movements slow, deliberate. I watch him, my heart doing a slow, painful ache. I eat a few bites of my own food, but mostly I just watch the two of them. The man and the boy, both so lost, finding a tiny island of normalcy in a sea of grief. After dinner, I insist on doing the dishes while Byron tucks Leo into bed. When he comes back out, he just stands in the kitchen doorway watching me. You don't have to do that, he says quietly. I know, I reply, rinsing a plate. I want to. I dry my hands and turn to face him. It's getting late. I check my watch. It's almost 9. Okay, I say, trying to sound brisk and professional, but my voice is too soft. I have to go. I promised my dad I'd watch the end of the game with him. He just nods, his expression unreadable. I left a pot of soup on the stove. I continue, grabbing my bag. It's my mom's cure-all recipe. For hangovers. And sad days. There's a bottle of aspirin and some electrolytes on the counter. Drink a full glass of water before you go to bed. And no more scotch tonight. Promise me. He looks at me, his eyes searching mine. And there's a look of such bewildered surprise on his face, it steals my breath. It's like no one has ever taken care of him before. Okay, he says, his voice sounding low, gruff. Okay, I echo. I say goodnight, forcing myself to walk to the door. I can feel his eyes on my back the entire way. As the elevator doors slide shut, sealing me in, I lean against the cool metal wall and let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. My heart is a mess of contradictions. It's heavy with the weight of their sorrow, but it's also light. There's a spring in my step that wasn't there this morning. Helping them, being there for them, felt right. It felt like a balm to a part of my own soul I didn't know was aching. I think of Byron's lost, broken expression and the surprising, unconditional way he let me in. Lord Boardroom, the insufferable, arrogant, handsome bastard. And he's becoming dangerously, terrifyingly important to me.
Chapter 11. Byron. I wake up to 2 things. The blinding slice of morning sun cutting through my window, and the distinct pounding realization that I am the world's biggest cliché. A man brought to his knees by grief and a bottle of scotch. The emotional hangover is a brutal counterpart to the physical one. My head is a war drum, and my pride is a casualty, lying dead on the field. Every instinct I possess screams at me to cancel my life. To call in sick to my own company, to lock the door, and to pretend yesterday's complete and utter unraveling never happened, especially the part where Willow Biles saw it. The memory of her quiet presence on my sofa is a brand on my psyche. She didn't offer pity. She didn't run. She just stayed. She made me soup. She took care of me. and the thought is so foreign, so deeply unsettling that I have to physically stand up and pace to outrun it. By 4 o'clock, I've managed to shower, dress, and consume enough coffee to feel vaguely human. I've convinced myself I can handle this. I will be professional. I will be courteous. I will be the man who runs a multi-billion-dollar legal division, not the broken mess who sobbed on his sofa. When she arrives, my carefully constructed composure threatens to crumble. She's wearing a simple ribbed black turtleneck dress that hugs her curves in a way that is both elegant and deeply distracting, her hair a soft cloud of curls around her face. She gives me a hesitant smile, her dark eyes studying mine, not for weakness, but for, well, I don't know what. And that's the terrifying part. "How are you feeling?" she asks, her voice a low, gentle hum. "Fine," I say, the word clipped. "The aspirin was effective, so is the soup." Her smile widens slightly, knowingly. "My mom swears by that soup. Cures everything from a hangover to a broken heart. She doesn't mention yesterday. She just drops her tote bag by the Fortress of Heroes and gets down on the floor, her focus immediately shifting to Leo, who has been hovering by my leg since she walked in. I had the driver picked him up earlier. My hour of mandatory participation begins. Today I don't pretend to work on my laptop. I just sit, cross-legged and stiff, inside the pillow fort, and I watch. I watch the way her hands move when she talks, graceful and expressive, the way her eyes light up when Leo correctly identifies Zeus, his whisper a tiny victory she celebrates with a brilliant, full-wattage smile. I watch the way she leans in, her braids brushing the floor, her entire being focused on my nephew with a singular, powerful intensity. She's not just teaching him, she's healing him. And me? I'm just a witness to her magic. When my hour is up, and she's transitioning Leo to a quiet, one-on-one reading session in the fort, I find myself unable to retreat to my office. I linger in the kitchen doorway, a strange reluctance holding me in place. As she's packing up her things 2 hours later, her back to me, I hear myself speak. "Willow." She turns, her expression questioning. The words feel clumsy in my mouth. I wanted to thank you for yesterday." Her face softens. "You don't have to thank me, Byron." Hearing her say my first name sends a jolt through my system. It sounds different coming from her. Less like a name, more like an intimacy I haven't earned. "I do," I insist, my voice rough. You went above and beyond your duties." "It wasn't a duty," she says simply. "I need to repay her, to rebalance the scales, to put this back into a transactional framework I can understand. I'd like to take you and Leo to dinner. I mean, here, to eat here, to thank you properly." Damn, I can't even articulate myself properly. I clear my throat, staring at her face. She looks surprised. "You don't have to do that." "I know," I say, echoing her words from last night. "I want to." She studies me for a long moment, then a slow smile spreads across her face. "Okay, Byron, we'd like that." A wave of relief washes over me. "Good. Great. I'll just start dinner." I turn to the kitchen, filled with a sudden, unfamiliar sense of purpose. I will cook for them. I will show her I am not completely useless. I stride to my refrigerator, a massive stainless steel monolith, and pull it open with a flourish, and stare into the abyss. It's a graveyard of good intentions. A bottle of Dom Perignon from a closing gift, a jar of olives, 6 different kinds of mustard, a single, sad-looking lime, and about a dozen bottles of sparkling water, 1 tomato and a few eggs. How did she create the soup yesterday? There is nothing remotely resembling a meal. We can't have cheesy eggs again. I can't believe I didn't think of this. I feel my ears get hot. I slowly close the refrigerator door and turn to face her. She's leaning against the doorframe, one eyebrow arched, a knowing, teasing glint in her eyes. "Problem, Lord Boardroom?" she asks, her voice laced with amusement. I clench my jaw. It appears my inventory is lean. Lean? She lets out a soft laugh. Byron, your refrigerator looks like a sad, lonely cocktail party. What were you planning to make? A mustard and olive sandwich? I was going to make a grocery run, I lie, trying to salvage some shred of dignity. Right, she says, clearly not buying it. She pushes off the doorframe. Well, in that case, we're coming with you. I blink. What? Leo needs to get out of this apartment, and it's a good opportunity for him to have a positive, normal experience. Plus, she adds, her eyes dancing, you clearly need a chaperone, or you'll come back with nothing but steak and whiskey. I can handle a grocery store, Willow. Can you? She challenges. Leo, what do you think? Should we go help your uncle pick out some real food? From the living room, Leo gives a small, excited nod. My fate is sealed. The grocery store is a brightly lit circle of hell. It's loud, it's crowded, and it smells like a confusing mix of floor cleaner and rotisserie chicken. It is the antithesis of my entire existence. Willow, however, navigates it like a seasoned general. She grabs a cart, plops Leo in the seat, and starts moving with a purpose that I, for once, lack. I follow in her wake, feeling like a useless, oversized appendage. Okay, what are we thinking for dinner? She asks, pausing in the produce section. Something with vegetables. Real ones? Not the sad, frozen kind I suspect are hiding in your freezer. I don't have a freezer, I mutter, which is technically true. It's a sub-zero drawer system. She just shakes her head, a small smile playing on her lips. She picks up a head of broccoli. Leo, what do you think? Should we make little trees for dinner? Leo giggles. A real giggle. They look like tiny trees. My heart does a painful squeeze. We move through the aisles, a strange, mismatched trio. Willow is a whirlwind of decisive energy, tossing fresh pasta, a block of parmesan, and a carton of cherry tomatoes into the cart. I find myself just watching her, mesmerized. I notice the way her brow furrows in concentration as she reads a label. I watch the graceful, efficient way her hands move. I reach for a box of what I assume is pasta, but she bats my hand away playfully. Nope. That's the stuff with all the preservatives. We're getting the fresh kind. She points to the refrigerated section. Come on, I'll show you. As we both reach for the same package of linguine, our fingers brush. It's a fleeting, accidental touch, but it sends a current of pure electricity through me. I pull my hand back, my skin tingling. She looks up at me, the tips of her ears going red, her eyes wide. The air between us is suddenly thick, charged. Excuse me, a pleasant motherly voice says from behind us. We both jump apart like guilty teenagers. An older woman with a kind smile is looking at us, her gaze soft. I just wanted to say, you have the most beautiful family. Your son has his daddy's eyes, but his mama's smile. The world stops. My brain short-circuits. Family, mama, daddy. The words are alien, and yet for a terrifying, heart-stopping second, they feel right. Willow recovers first. Her blush deepens, but she gives the woman a gracious smile. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. The woman beams and moves on, leaving us in a stunned, awkward silence. Back at the penthouse, I insist on cooking. I need to do something with my hands. I need to prove I am not completely incompetent in all areas of domestic life. Willow leans against the counter, watching me with a curious expression as I chop garlic with a surprising efficiency. Leo is at the table, happily drawing his own version of the grocery store, which seems to feature a giant, multi-headed broccoli monster. I'm impressed, she says. I half expected you to try and sauté things in sparkling water. I smirk, focusing on the pan. My parents divorced when I was 15. My father was not in the picture, and my mother was dealing with her own stuff. It was just me and Clara. Someone had to learn how to make more than microwave dinners. The admission hangs suspended in the air. It's more than I've told anyone in years. I glance at her. She's not looking at me with pity. Her expression is soft, filled with a deep, quiet understanding. "That's amazing, Byron," she says, her voice gentle. "Not all big brothers step up like that." Her praise, so simple and sincere, lands differently than any professional accolade ever has. It doesn't inflate my ego. It settles somewhere deep in my chest, a warm, unfamiliar glow. After we eat, and after I've tucked Leo into bed, a process that now involves a story about Perseus that I had to quickly Google, I find Willow in the kitchen, quietly loading the dishwasher. We clean up in a comfortable silence, moving around each other with an ease that feels like we've been doing this for years. "Willow," I say, breaking the quiet, "you told me about your mom's soup. And you mentioned your dad. Is he okay?" I'm crossing a line. I know it, but I need to. I need to know more about the woman who is slowly, terrifyingly, becoming the new center of my universe. She stills, her hands submerged in the soapy water. She's quiet for a long moment. When she looks at me, the teasing light is gone from her eyes, replaced by a soft, vulnerable shadow. "He had a stroke last year," she says, her voice low. He's still with us. But it's hard. The care is expensive. My mom is a rock. But she's tired. And there it is. The piece of her life she holds close. The source of the quiet strength I've admired since the moment I met her. "I'm sorry," I say, the words feeling utterly inadequate. She gives me a sad smile. "It's life. We're managing." We stand there in the quiet kitchen, the city lights twinkling like a fallen constellation outside the massive windows. The professional lines between us have completely dissolved, washed away by a day of shared grief, unexpected laughter, and quiet confessions. I look at her, the strong, beautiful, incredible woman who makes me want to be a better man, and I feel a terrifying, unfamiliar emotion take root in my chest. Hope.
Chapter 12. Willow. The text from Monique arrives on Friday afternoon, a bright little ping of sunshine in my otherwise quiet day. Monique. Sunday brunch. My place. 11 a.m. It's not a request. Also, bring the boys. Lord Boardroom. LOL. My heart does a funny little squeeze. The boys. As if we're a unit. A package deal. I smile at my phone. A real, genuine smile. Then reality crashes back in. I have to ask him. I have to ask Lord Boardroom to sacrifice his precious, billable-houred weekend for brunch. This should be fun. I find him in his home office that evening, a space so sleek and minimalist, it looks like it was designed by a robot with a grudge against clutter. He's on a call, his back to me, his voice a low, commanding rumble that I can feel in my bones even from the doorway. He's wearing a simple gray Henley that stretches across his shoulders, the fabric doing an infuriatingly good job of outlining the muscles in his back. The suit is gone, but the armor of command remains. He ends the call and swivels in his chair, his blue eyes landing on me. The intensity in his gaze still has the power to make the air leave my lungs. "Everything okay?" he asks. "Just fine," I say, leaning against the doorframe, trying to look casual. "I have a social proposition for you." One of his dark eyebrows arches. "A proposition?" "Monique has invited us, you, me, and Leo, for brunch at her place on Sunday." He goes very still. I can see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the scheduling, the social obligation, the sheer, unadulterated horror of unstructured family time. "Us?" he repeats, as if the word is a foreign object on his tongue. "Yes, us," I confirm, my voice laced with a sweetness I don't feel. As in, the two people who currently reside in this apartment and me. It's a thing normal people do. They eat overpriced eggs and talk about their feelings. A muscle in his jaw ticks. I have a brief to review on Sunday. I'm sure the brief will be there when you get back, I say, my patience wearing thin. Byron, this is for Leo. He needs to be around other kids. He needs to see what a happy, chaotic, loving family looks like. And frankly, I add, my voice dropping, so do you. He stares at me for a long, tense moment. I can see the refusal on his tongue, the easy dismissal he's so good at. But then, something shifts in his expression. A flicker of the broken man I saw on the sofa. The man who is so desperately lost. Fine, he says, the word clipped. We'll go? On Sunday, pulling up to the Laurent estate is like entering another dimension. The last time I was here was years ago, for a staff party, when Gabriel was just a mysterious benefactor. Now it's a home. The imposing gates swing open to reveal a world teeming with life. There are tricycles on the manicured lawn, a brightly colored playhouse near a grove of trees, and the faint, delicious smell of bacon and coffee hanging in the air. Byron pulls the car to a stop, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. He looks as out of place here as a shark in a koi pond. Before we can even get out of the car, the front door bursts open and Monique comes flying out. She's wearing a flowing yellow sundress, her hair a glorious halo of curls, and she has a baby balanced expertly on one hip. She is radiant, a literal sunbeam of a woman. "You came!" she squeals, her eyes finding mine over the roof of the car. The moment we step out, the atmosphere envelops us. It's not quiet. It's a symphony of happy chaos. Jazz music spills from hidden speakers. A set of twin boys, Angelo and Raphael, are chasing each other across the grass, their giggles infectious. And Gabriel Laurent, the formidable CEO, is on his hands and knees on an expensive-looking Persian rug in the living room. A tower of colorful blocks in front of him, while one of the twins attempts to use his head as a drum. He looks up as we enter, and his face breaks into a genuine, easy smile. He is completely, utterly transformed. "Hail," he says, his voice warm. "Glad you could make it." Leo, who has been hiding behind my legs, peeks out. His eyes are wide, taking in the scene. A young girl with long, dark hair, and her father's serious eyes detaches herself from the couch where she was reading. She looks about 11. Amelia. She walks over to Leo with a quiet confidence. "Hi," she says softly. "I'm Amelia. Do you like Greek myths?" Leo's head snaps up. He gives a small, almost imperceptible nod. "Me too," she says with a small smile. "I have a really cool illustrated version of the Odyssey. Want to see?" She holds out her hand. Leo hesitates for only a second before taking it, and she leads him away toward the bookshelf. They're two small, serious figures, a world unto themselves. My heart feels so full it might actually burst. I watch Byron watch them go, his expression a tumultuous sea of emotions, longing, fear, awe. He looks completely unmoored. Monique appears at my side, handing me a mimosa. "See?" she whispers, nudging me with her shoulder. "Painless. Speak for yourself," I murmur, watching as Gabriel gets up from the floor, walks over to Monique, and wraps his arms around her from behind, pressing a soft kiss to her temple. He murmurs something in her ear that makes her laugh and slap his arm playfully. The gesture is so easy, so intimate, so full of a deep, lived-in love that it makes my own chest ache. This is what it looks like. This is the goal. Later, while Byron and Gabriel are locked in a surprisingly relaxed conversation by the fireplace, Monique pulls me by the hand toward the kitchen. "Okay," she says, shutting the door behind us and leaning against the counter. "Spill. How are you surviving the Ice King?" I take a sip of my mimosa, the bubbles tickling my nose. "He's a lot." "A lot?" she snorts. "Willow. The man is a walking, talking, emotional black hole wrapped in a bespoke suit. A lot is the understatement of the century. I can't help but laugh. Okay, he's impossible. He's arrogant and dismissive, and he thinks he can solve grief with a spreadsheet. But then, he does something that completely wrecks me. I tell her about the anniversary, about finding him on the sofa, completely broken, about the way he confessed his fears, his voice raw with a pain he'd clearly never let anyone see before. Monique listens, her expression softening. When I'm done, she reaches out and squeezes my hand. Oh, honey, that's huge. I know, I whisper. And it's confusing, because one minute I want to throttle him and the next I just want to wrap him in a blanket and protect him from the world. Welcome to the club, she says with a wry smile. Trust me, I have been there. There was a time, after Amelia's mom left, that I was convinced Gabriel's heart was made of stone. He was cold and distant, and he tried to manage me just like he's trying to manage you. He built walls so high I didn't think anyone could ever climb them. So what changed? I ask, desperate for the secret. He let me in, she says simply. Slowly, reluctantly, but he did it, because he saw that I wasn't trying to fix him. I was just trying to love him. These men will. They're not projects. They're just men who have forgotten how to be soft. Our job isn't to change them. It's to remind them that it's safe to be. Her words settle over me, a profound, simple truth. It's not going to be easy, she adds, her eyes serious. He's going to push you away 100 more times before he lets you stay. You have to decide if he's worth the fight. Whenever you talk about him, you seem to light up. You like him already. I take a deep breath, not denying it. I can't possibly deny it. And Monique, like usual, goes straight to the point. I look through the kitchen doorway, into the living room. Byron is now sitting on the floor with Leo and Amelia, a heavy book of myths open across his lap. He's pointing at an illustration, his brow furrowed in concentration as he explains something to them. He looks awkward, out of his depth, and he's trying. He's really, truly trying. A warm, dangerous feeling spreads through my chest. Yeah, I say softly, my gaze fixed on him. I think he is. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyler.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyler. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylerWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
Chapter 13, Byron. The mimosa in my hand feels like a prop. I'm standing by a massive stone fireplace in Gabriel Laurent's living room, a room that manages to be both cavernously large and intimately comfortable. It's a contradiction, much like the man himself. Gabriel leans against the mantel, a glass of what is probably obscenely expensive whiskey swirling in his hand. We've been talking for 10 minutes, and it's the most comfortable I've felt all day. We're not talking about feelings or grieving children. We're talking about work. My turf. The board for Axiom Digital is getting restless, he says in a deep, familiar rumble of command. Their IP is revolutionary, but their leadership is a mess. They need a clean, aggressive acquisition before their value plummets. My mind immediately kicks into gear, the familiar, satisfying click of a problem I know how to solve. A hostile takeover is risky with their current shareholder structure. You'd be better off with a proxy fight. Install a new board, then negotiate from a position of power. I can have a preliminary strategy drafted by Tuesday. That's what I was thinking, he says, a slow grin spreading across his face. It's the look of a fellow predator recognizing his own kind. I want you to lead it, Hale. Your name on the filing will be enough to make them scared. I feel the pull. The intoxicating lure of the fight, the clean lines of strategy, the inevitable victory. It's a siren song promising to drown out the messy, chaotic noise that has become my life. I'll have my assistant clear my schedule, I begin, but I'm cut off by a voice that is pure sunshine and steel. Absolutely not. Monique Laurent materializes at Gabrielle's side, a baby propped on her hip like a natural extension of her body. She's wearing a simple flowing sundress, and she looks at her husband with an expression of fond exasperation. It is Sunday, Gabriel, she says, her voice teasing but firm. There will be no hostile takeovers discussed in this house. It's in the marriage vows, Section C, subsection 4. Thou shalt not talk leveraged buyouts during brunch. Gabriel's entire demeanor shifts. The formidable CEO melts away, replaced by a man utterly besotted with his wife. He wraps an arm around her waist, pulling her and the baby against his side. Is that right next to the clause about you not stealing all the blankets? That clause is pending arbitration, she shoots back, her eyes dancing. She leans up and presses a soft, lingering kiss to his mouth. It's not a showy, passionate kiss. It's something better. It's a quiet, easy intimacy that speaks of 1,000 shared mornings, of a love that is as comfortable and essential as breathing. I watch them, and a strange, hollow ache opens up in my chest. It's not jealousy. It's recognition. A sudden, stark awareness of a world I've never inhabited, a language I don't speak. They're beautiful to watch, a perfect, self-contained universe of warmth and light. And I'm on the outside, looking in. The feeling is unfamiliar, and I don't know what to do with it, so I do what I always do. I analyze it, try to file it away, but it resists categorization. It just hurts. Monique pulls back from the kiss, her gaze landing on me. Her smile is kind, but her eyes are sharp. She sees too much. Byron is our guest, Gabe. He's here to relax, not to be your legal shark. She turns her full attention to me. How are you holding up, Byron? Really? The question is a gentle invasion, and my walls go up automatically. I'm fine, I say, my voice stiff. Gabriel seems to sense the shift. He honors his wife's unspoken command, his expression turning more serious. He gives Monique's waist a final squeeze before stepping away. Walk with me, he says to me, his tone leaving no room for argument. He leads me out onto a sprawling stone patio overlooking a garden that is a riot of color and life. He doesn't speak until we're standing by the railing, the scent of jasmine and damp earth hanging in the air. I was you, he says quietly, not looking at me. He's staring out at the garden, at the spot where Willow is now sitting on the grass with the kids. After Evelyn left, this house was a mausoleum. Amelia was quiet, in fact, even more than Leo, and I thought the best way to protect her was to build the biggest, strongest fortress around us. I buried myself in work. It was easier than facing the silence in her room. It was easier than facing the failure I felt every time I looked at her and didn't know what to say. His confession is a quiet detonation in the peaceful afternoon. He's giving me a glimpse into his own past, and it's a mirror image of my present. Work is a good place to hide, he continues, finally turning to look at me. His gaze is direct, unflinching. It's logical. It has rules. You win or you lose. It's clean. Raising a kid who's been through trauma, that's the messiest thing in the world. There are no rules, and you feel like you're losing every single day. I don't respond. I just grip the cold stone railing, my knuckles turning white. I almost lost them both, he says, voice a low groan of remembered pain. Amelia and Monique. Because I couldn't let go of the control. I thought I knew best. I thought my money and my power were the answer. But they weren't. The answer was just showing up. Being present. Even when it was awkward and I had no clue what I was doing, he lets out a short, humorless laugh. Most of the time, I still don't. He claps a hand on my shoulder, his grip firm. You're a good man, Byron. You stepped up when you didn't have to. But you can't delegate this part. You can't hire a specialist to be his father figure. That's you. Only you. The work will always be there. The deals will come and go. But that little boy in there, his childhood won't wait for you to finalize a brief. His words are a battering ram against the fortress I've built around myself. And for the first time, I don't try to reinforce the walls. I let them crack. We stand in silence for another minute before heading back inside. But the world looks different now. The colors seem brighter. The sounds sharper. My gaze finds Willow immediately. She's sitting on a large blanket in the middle of the lawn, surrounded by children. Leo is at her side, his small shoulder pressed against her arm. She's showing him how to braid blades of grass together. The Laurent twins are attempting to build a tower out of fallen leaves, their shrieks of laughter filling the air. Amelia is lying on her stomach next to Willow, reading from her mythology book, her voice a soft murmur. Willow is the calm, steady center of their chaotic little universe. She's wearing a simple white sundress today, the fabric soft and flowing. The sun catches the rich, dark tones of her skin, making it glow. Her hair, that beautiful cloud of soft curls, is free, and the wind plays with the loose tendrils, brushing them against her cheeks. She laughs at something one of the twins says, and the sound is pure, unadulterated joy. It travels across the lawn and hits me right in the chest. She looks up then as if she can feel me watching. Her eyes meet mine, and she gives me a tentative, questioning smile. It's not a challenge. It's not a judgment. It's just open. An invitation. I watch as she leans over and whispers something to Leo, her braids brushing against his cheek. He looks up at her, his expression full of a trust so absolute it makes my throat tight. He whispers something back, and she nods, her entire being radiating a warmth and patience that I am beginning to realize is a form of power far greater than any I possess. She is grace. She is strength. She is a quiet, unassuming force of nature who walked into the sterile silence of my life and started a goddamn revolution with a pillow fort and a book of myths. And as I stand there, in the doorway of a life I never knew I wanted, watching her with my nephew, I'm hit with a terrifying, undeniable truth. I'm not just impressed by her. I'm in awe of her. I'm in love with her.
Chapter 14. Willow. Something has shifted. It's a subtle change in the atmosphere of Byron's penthouse, like a change in air pressure before a storm. The Fortress of Heroes is still our headquarters, but the dynamic inside has been completely rewired. Byron is no longer a silent, brooding king holding court at the edge of our pillow kingdom. He's in it. He's ditched the suit jacket, his tie is gone, and the sleeves of his crisp white shirt are rolled up to his elbows, revealing strong, capable forearms dusted with dark hair. He's sitting cross-legged, his long legs folded in a way that looks both uncomfortable and completely intentional. He hasn't touched his laptop once. His focus is a tangible thing, a laser beam aimed directly at his nephew. We're nearing the end of our hero's alphabet project. Today's letter is H. Okay, hero, I say to Leo, my voice soft. Big one today. H, we could do Hercules, who we know is the strongest, or Hades, king of the underworld. Leo is quiet, chewing on his lower lip as he stares at the blank sheet of paper. His pencil is clutched in his hand, but his usual tremor is absent today. He seems calmer, more grounded. What about, I begin, tapping my chin thoughtfully. What about a different kind of H word? A place. The place where heroes go to rest after their big adventures. The place they feel the safest. I look at Leo, and he looks at me, his stormy blue eyes wide and questioning. Home, I whisper. The word hovers in the air between us, simple and sacred. I slide a fresh piece of paper in front of him. Can you try that one for me, buddy? Just 4 little letters. He looks from the paper to his uncle. Byron is completely still, his face a mask of tense anticipation. He looks like he's waiting for a verdict, like the fate of the world rests on the tip of his son's pencil. Leo takes a deep, shuddering breath. He picks up the pencil, his small hand surprisingly steady. He presses the tip to the paper. The first letter is a bit shaky. H. He pauses, his brow furrowed in concentration. Then, O, a perfect round circle. He glances at me and I give him an encouraging nod, my heart drumming against my ribs. M, 2 sharp, confident peaks. He takes another breath. His knuckles are white, but his hand isn't shaking. E. He finishes the last stroke and then just stops. He stares at the word he's created, his chest rising and falling rapidly. He did it. He wrote a full 4-letter word without a single panic-induced tremor. My own eyes are burning with unshed tears. I want to scoop him up and cover him in praise, but I hold myself back. This moment isn't for me. Slowly, reverently, Leo picks up the piece of paper. He doesn't look at me. He turns, crawling the short distance across the pillow fort, and holds the paper out to the silent, watching man at the entrance. For you, Uncle Byron, he whispers, his voice small but clear. Byron takes the paper from him, his large hand trembling almost imperceptibly. He stares down at the 4 shaky letters as if they are the most profound text he has ever read. I watch as his throat works, as he swallows hard against an emotion too big to name. The silence in the fortress is absolute, broken only by our breathing. He looks up from the paper, his gaze finding mine over Leo's head. His eyes are glassy, the brilliant blue turned dark and stormy with a depth of feeling that makes my heart ache. He looks completely, utterly wrecked. Then he does something that shatters the last of my defenses. He reaches out and gently takes the pencil from my hand. His fingers brush against mine, and the contact is a jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity. He turns to Leo, his voice a low, rough rasp. Can I show you something, buddy? He asks. Leo nods, his eyes wide with awe. Byron places the paper back on the floor. He puts his large, capable hand over Leo's small one, guiding the pencil. You did this perfectly, he murmurs, his voice thick. But let me show you how to make the H even stronger. Like a gate, to keep all the monsters out. He guides Leo's hand, tracing the letters again, his touch impossibly gentle. He's not correcting him. He's connecting with him. He's teaching him. And in that moment, he's not Lord Boardroom. He's not the shark. He's just A man trying to build a home for the little boy he loves. The sight is so beautiful, so painfully intimate, it feels like I'm intruding. I quietly begin to pack up the paints, giving them their space. When I look up again, Byron is helping Leo draw a big lopsided sun above the word. Every hero needs a victory feast, Byron announces suddenly, his voice still rough but with a new, determined edge. He looks at me, a challenge in his eyes. What do heroes eat after they've conquered the alphabet? Pasta, Leo whispers, his first unsolicited word of the day. Pasta it is, Byron declares, a slow, breathtaking smile spreading across his face. He gets to his feet, pulling Leo up with him. Come on, Willow. I believe a celebration is in order. And tonight I'm cooking. The kitchen, once a sterile, intimidating space, has become a war room of delicious chaos. Byron moves with an easy, surprising confidence that still makes my stomach flutter. He's taking charge, pulling out a heavy-bottomed pan and a block of Parmesan with the air of a man who knows exactly what he's doing. Now his fridge has groceries, and the man can really cook even if he doesn't know how to choose ingredients properly. So the sad, lonely cocktail refrigerator was just a front, I accuse playfully, leaning against the counter as I watch him. You've been holding out on me, Hale. He smirks at me over his shoulder, the expression making him look younger, dangerously handsome. A man has to maintain a certain mystique, Biles. My heart does a little skip at the easy banter, at the way he says my name. This is new. This is nice. Leo, he calls out. Your mission is to be the official cheese grater. It's a very important job. The fate of the pasta rests on your shoulders. Leo giggles, a real happy sound, and gets to work. A shower of Parmesan snowing onto the counter. I'm put on sauce duty. As I lean over the pot to stir the simmering tomatoes, Byron comes up behind me to grab a spice from the rack. His body brushes against mine, his chest a wall of solid warmth against my back. He's so close I can smell him, not the sterile scent of his office, but something warmer, more personal. Sandalwood, clean cotton, and just him. Excuse me, he murmurs, his breath a hot whisper against my ear. My entire body goes rigid. Every nerve ending is on high alert. I feel the heat of him, the sheer size of him, and my mind goes completely, blissfully blank. You're going to burn the sauce, he says, his voice laced with amusement. I jump back, my face flaming. I was not. You were, he counters, his eyes dancing. He dips a finger into the pot, stealing a taste. It needs more basil. It does not, I argue, even though he's probably right. You're just trying to take over my station. Your station? He raises an eyebrow. This is my kitchen. It's a neutral territory during a celebratory feast, I shoot back. He laughs, a real deep laugh that rumbles in his chest and makes my knees weak. He's so damn handsome when he laughs. It's unfair. We fall into an easy, playful rhythm. We bump hips reaching for the same utensil. He accidentally gets a smudge of flour on my nose, and I retaliate by flicking water at him from the sink. Leo watches us, his head whipping back and forth like he's at a tennis match, a small, permanent smile on his face. For a few hours, we're not a boss and his employee. We're not a guardian and a tutor. We're just 3 people in a kitchen, making a mess and being happy. It feels dangerously, terrifyingly real. After dinner, once Leo is tucked into bed, exhausted and content, a different kind of quiet settles over the apartment. The playful energy has dissipated, leaving behind something else, a low, simmering tension that is both thrilling and terrifying. I find myself on the balcony, drawn by the glittering expanse of the city lights. The cool night air is a welcome balm on my flushed cheeks. I hear the sliding door open behind me, but I don't turn. I know it's him. He comes to stand beside me at the railing, not too close, but close enough that I can feel the warmth radiating from his body. We stand in silence for a long time, just looking out at the city. "He's asleep," Byron says finally, his voice a deep rumble in the quiet. "He was happy tonight," I say softly. "Yes," he agrees. He was. He turns his head, his gaze finding mine in the dark. "Thank you, Willow." "You don't have to thank me," I whisper, my heart starting to pound. "You're the one who taught him tonight. You're the one who taught me how," he counters, his voice dropping even lower. He takes a step closer, and the space between us becomes charged, electric. The air feels thick, heavy. I can see the pulse beating in his throat, smell the faint, lingering scent of garlic and basil and man. He lifts a hand, his fingers hovering just inches from my face. I can feel the searing heat of his touch before he even makes contact. My breath hitches. My entire body is screaming at me to run, to put the professional walls back up, to retreat to safety. But my feet are rooted to the spot. His knuckles graze my cheek, a touch so light it's barely there, but it sends a shiver racing down my spine. "Willow," he breathes, his voice a raw, ragged thing. And I know with a terrifying, exhilarating certainty that we are standing on the edge of a cliff, and I have no desire to step back.
Chapter 15. Byron. Her name is a ragged breath on my lips. Willow. My knuckles are still grazing her cheek, the skin beneath my touch impossibly soft, warm and alive. The city glitters below us, a cold, distant galaxy. But here on this balcony, 30 floors above the world, she is the only thing in focus. She is the center of this new, terrifying universe. Her dark eyes are wide, searching mine in the dim light. She's not pulling away. She's not putting up her walls. She's just watching me, waiting. And that quiet, unwavering stillness is my undoing. The carefully constructed fortress I've lived inside my entire adult life is nothing but rubble at my feet. She did this. She walked in with her vibrant chaos, her fierce heart, and her belief in pillow forts, and she leveled me without firing a single shot. I didn't know how to reach him, I confess. The words torn from a place deep inside me I didn't know existed. He was a ghost, and I was just making it worse. You showed me how my voice cracks on the last words, a pathetic, humiliating sound. You showed me. Her hand comes up, covering mine where it rests against her face. Her touch is a brand. You were just lost, Byron, she whispers. The sound of my name on her lips is both a comfort and a torment. You just needed a map. You, I breathe, the word a raw admission. You're the map. And that's it. I can't fight it anymore. I'm done fighting. I surge forward, my mouth crashing down on hers. It's not a gentle kiss. It's a collision. It's 6 months of grief and a lifetime of loneliness pouring out of me in one desperate, consuming act. It's a starved man's plea for sustenance.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylerWalker.com.
Miss Tyler has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyler would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyler.
We lay together on the sheets, our bodies moist with sweat, the only sound the ragged, desperate gasps of our breathing. My mind is a blank slate, wiped clean by the sheer, overwhelming force of what just happened. I have no words, no logic, no strategy. There is only her, and the terrifying, exhilarating certainty that nothing will ever be the same. Slowly her breathing evens out, and she sleeps on my chest. I can't help but trace her face with my finger, murmuring, "I love you, Willow," and I don't know what to do with it.
Chapter 16. Willow. I wake up to the unfamiliar scent of expensive linen and a silence so profound it has its own weight. My body screams of last night's storm, a collection of delicious aches and a deep humming sensitivity that makes the soft sheets feel like sandpaper against my skin. Every muscle whispers a memory of his hands, his mouth, his body claiming mine. He's gone. The space beside me in this ridiculously large bed is cool, the pillow bearing only a faint indentation where his head rested. A wave of cold, sharp panic crashes over me. Of course, he's gone. What did I expect? A man like Byron Hale doesn't do mornings after. He does transactions. And last night, for all its earth-shattering, soul-splintering intensity, was probably just that to him. A release. A closing of a deal I didn't even know we were negotiating. My heart, the stupid, traitorous organ, clenches in my chest. I am in so much trouble. It's no longer a suspicion, it's a fact. I am falling in love with my boss, with Lord Boardroom, with a man who is as emotionally available as a block of granite, and it scares the absolute hell out of me. I force myself out of bed, my legs feeling shaky and uncertain. My dress is a dark, crumpled puddle on the floor. I can't put that back on. It feels like a costume from another life. My eyes land on a white shirt slung over a chair, one of his. Without thinking, I grab it. It's huge on me, the crisp cotton falling to my mid-thighs, the sleeves dangling past my fingertips. It smells like him. Sandalwood and power, and something uniquely, achingly Byron. Wrapping myself in his scent feels like a dangerous indulgence, but I do it anyway. I need to get my purse, get my keys, and get out of here before he comes back. I need to put the professional walls back up, brick by painful brick. I can do this. I'm a professional. This was a lapse, a very, very big one. I pad barefoot out of the bedroom, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. The penthouse is silent, the morning light streaming through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows, making dust motes dance in the air. I follow the distant, alluring scent of coffee, my escape plan momentarily forgotten. And then I see him. He's in the kitchen, his back to me. He's wearing low-slung, soft gray sweatpants and nothing else. His back is a masterpiece of sculpted muscle, the lines and planes shifting as he moves. He's standing in front of his state-of-the-art espresso machine, looking at it with an expression of intense, murderous concentration, as if he's trying to intimidate it into producing a latte. He hasn't seen me. I should just turn around, grab my things, and run. But my feet are glued to the floor. He curses under his breath, a low, frustrated growl, and runs a hand through his already messy dark hair. He looks so human. Not the shark from the boardroom. Not the broken man from the sofa. Just a man in his kitchen, losing a battle with a coffee machine. And my stupid heart does another one of those painful, hopeful flips. He must sense me, because he goes very still before turning around slowly. His blue eyes land on me, clad in his shirt, and they darken, the color of the ocean just before a storm. His gaze travels from my bare feet, up my legs, to the hem of the shirt, and then finally to my face. The look in his eyes is so hot, so possessive, it makes my skin tingle. "Morning," he says, voice a deep, gravelly rumble that vibrates through me. "Morning," I squeak, my voice a full octave higher than usual. I clear my throat, clutching the front of his shirt like a shield. I was just leaving. "No, you're not," he says. It's not a request. It's a statement of fact. He turns back to the defiant coffee machine, bangs it once with the side of his fist, and it sputters to life, finally dispensing a stream of dark, fragrant espresso. He doesn't even seem surprised that it worked. Of course, he can even intimidate inanimate objects into submission. He pours the espresso into 2 mugs, then opens his sad, lonely refrigerator and pulls out a carton of eggs. "What are you doing?" I ask, bewildered. "I'm making breakfast," he says, not looking at me as he pulls a heavy pan from a drawer. "You're not leaving until you've eaten." "Byron, I don't think—" I wasn't asking. He cuts me off, his voice firm. He finally looks at me, his gaze intense. "Sit." He points a commanding finger at one of the stools at his massive kitchen island. I'm so thrown by this new, domestic version of him that I actually obey, perching on the edge of the stool, my bare feet tucked onto the rung. He moves around the kitchen with a surprising fluid grace. He cracks eggs with one hand, whisks them with an efficiency that is both impressive and deeply unsettling. He's not talking about last night. He's not talking about anything. He's just cooking for me. The intimacy of the act is more potent than any words he could say. He places a plate in front of me. The scrambled eggs are perfect, fluffy and yellow. There's a side of avocado, sliced with surgical precision, and a piece of toast that is the perfect shade of golden brown. "Eat," he says again, his voice softer this time. He takes the seat next to me, his own plate untouched, and just watches me, his coffee mug cradled in his large hands. I take a bite. The eggs are delicious. Of course they are. The man is probably a secret Michelin star chef in his spare time. Well, he had experience cooking for his dead sister. I eat in silence, acutely aware of his gaze on me. It's not a judgmental gaze. It's watchful, intense, like he's trying to memorize the way I hold my fork, the way I chew my toast. It's so unnerving I can barely swallow. "We need to discuss the plan for Leo's sessions next week," he says suddenly, his voice all business. I almost get whiplash from the sudden shift. "Okay. I've cleared my schedule for Monday, Wednesday, and Friday afternoons, from 4 to 6 as agreed. I think we should focus on his reading comprehension. His last assessment showed." "Byron," I interrupt, setting my fork down. "What are we doing?" His eyes lock onto mine. "We're discussing my nephew's educational strategy." "No," I say, shaking my head. "That's not what we're doing. You're avoiding. You're talking about work because you don't want to talk about this." I gesture vaguely between us. He clenches his jaw, the muscle ticking. "There's nothing to talk about. Last night was—" He trails off, searching for the right word. A word that will neatly categorize and dismiss what happened between us. "A mistake?" I supply, my heart sinking. "No," he says instantly, his voice a low growl. "Not a mistake." He leans forward, the intensity in his gaze so powerful it feels like a physical touch. "It was inevitable. And now we deal with the fallout. Pragmatically." "Pragmatically," I echo, a humorless laugh escaping me. "Right. Of course." The Lord Boardroom approach to a one-night stand. His eyes flash with something hot and dangerous. If you think for 1 second that's all that was, then you're not as smart as I thought you were. Before I can respond, a small, sleepy voice cuts through the tension. "Are you making cheesy eggs?" We both jump, turning to see Leo standing in the kitchen doorway, his favorite stuffed gorgon clutched in one hand, his hair a wild mess. Byron's entire demeanor softens instantly. The hard, intense man is gone, replaced now by a gentle, concerned uncle. "Hey, buddy," he says, voice warm. I can. "Are you hungry?" Leo nods, shuffling over to the island. He climbs onto the stool next to Byron, his big blue eyes looking from me, in his uncle's shirt, to his uncle, who is suddenly very busy making another plate of eggs. We eat breakfast, the three of us. The awkward tension has been replaced by a soft, familial quiet. Leo, feeling brave, starts telling us about a dream he had where his Gorgon flew him to the moon. Byron listens, asking him questions about what the moon was made of and if there were any aliens. I just watch them. My heart a tangled mess of emotions. This feels so real, so fragile, so terrifyingly easy to break. I want to go see the sharks, Leo announces suddenly, his mouth full of egg. Byron and I both look at him. The ocean park, Leo clarifies. Amelia said they have real sharks and jellyfish. Can we go, please? He looks at me, then at Byron, his expression full of a hopeful, childish plea. My teacher brain immediately kicks in. It's a Saturday. A trip would be a wonderful, positive experience for him, a reward for his progress. I look at Byron, fully expecting him to launch into a speech about his weekend work schedule, about the briefs he has to review. Yeah, buddy, Byron says without a moment's hesitation. We can go see the sharks. My jaw drops. I stare at him, completely stunned. He turns to me, a slow, challenging smirk playing on his lips. I'm not working today. It's Saturday. He raises an eyebrow. What about you, Willow? You busy? He's cornered me. He knows it. And he's enjoying it. The bastard. Leo is looking at me, his eyes wide and pleading. Byron is looking at me, his eyes full of a heat that has nothing to do with coffee and everything to do with last night. How can I say no? No, I say, my voice barely a whisper. I'm not busy. His smirk widens into a full, devastatingly handsome grin. It's the first real, unguarded smile I've ever seen from him. And it hits me with the violent force of a physical blow. Then it's a date, he says, voice low and possessive. And I know with a terrifying, heart-stopping certainty that I just agreed to so much more than a trip to the aquarium.
Chapter 17. Byron. My reflection in the mirror is a stranger. I'm wearing a pair of dark wash jeans that I haven't touched in probably a year and a soft, gray cashmere sweater. It's the most casual I've been in public since Clara's last backyard barbecue. The man staring back at me doesn't look like a shark. He looks like a guy about to go on a date. A date that is not a date. With his employee, who is also his nephew's teacher, and who he had the most soul-shattering, world-altering sex with less than 12 hours ago. My brain feels like a server that has been overloaded with conflicting data, and the whole system is about to crash. You're not leaving until you've eaten. Did I sound like a damn dictator? What was I trying for? Protective? Caring? It came out as a command. It's my default setting. I should have softened it. I should have said, please. Do people say please in these situations? It was inevitable. What the hell does that even mean? It was the only word my scotch-addled, sex-drenched brain could come up with. It sounded profound at the time. Now, in the harsh light of day, it just sounds like a pompous, emotionally constipated cop-out. I scrub a hand over my face, the rasp of my stubble a harsh sound in the quiet of my bedroom. I'm a man who prepares for every eventuality. I have contingency plans for my contingency plans. But for this, for Willow Biles and the beautiful, terrifying chaos she has brought into my life, I have nothing, no strategy, no script. Thank God for Leo. He barrels into my room, already dressed in a bright yellow t-shirt with a massive T-Rex on it, his excitement a tangible force. Are we going yet? Are the sharks waiting? Do you think they're hungry? His simple, uncomplicated joy is an anchor in my swirling sea of anxiety. It's the one thing that makes sense. He is happy, and I am taking him to see the sharks. With her. That's all that matters right now. Yeah, buddy, I say in a rough voice. I force a smile. Let's go see the sharks. The drive to the aquarium is a new kind of torture. A sweet, agonizing one. Willow is in the passenger seat, a place no woman has occupied in this car in a very long time. She's wearing some light wash, high-waisted jeans that make her legs look a mile long and a simple, soft-looking white t-shirt. Her hair is a glorious, untamed halo of curls, and she smells like sunshine. I don't even know what that means, but it's the only word that fits. Leo is chattering from the back seat, a non-stop monologue about the different types of prehistoric sea creatures, and Willow is actually engaging with him, asking him questions, her voice a low, melodic hum that makes the tense muscles in my shoulders relax an inch. Leo has changed, for the better, happy and lively. This feels domestic, normal, and it is terrifying. My life is not normal. It's a series of high-stakes, high-pressure transactions. This easy, comfortable quiet feels more foreign than any boardroom in Singapore. The aquarium itself is a sensory overload. The air is cool and damp, and the low ambient sound is a mix of bubbling water, classical music, and the excited shrieks of 100 children. Leo's main objective is the shark tunnel. He practically drags us there, his small hand surprisingly strong in mine. We step onto the moving walkway, and the world dissolves into a mesmerizing, shifting landscape of deep blue. Sand tiger sharks, their jagged teeth a permanent, menacing grin, glide inches above our heads. A massive ray, its wingspan wider than I am tall, soars over us like a silent underwater ghost. Leo is completely, utterly captivated. His head is tilted back, his mouth open in a perfect "oh" of awe. "Whoa!" he breathes. "Yeah," I agree, my own voice hushed. He cranes his neck, trying to see everything at once. Without thinking, I bend down. "Want a better view, buddy?" His eyes light up. I scoop him up, his small, wiry body surprisingly light, and settle him onto my shoulders. It's a move I've seen other fathers do 1,000 times at parks and parades. A simple act of fatherhood that has always felt like a scene from someone else's life. But as Leo's small hands grip my head for balance, his excited breaths puffing against my hair, it feels right. It feels surprisingly, breathtakingly natural. I glance over at Willow. She's watching us, a soft, unguarded smile on her face. Her eyes are so full of warmth, of a deep, genuine affection, that it hits me with the intensity of a physical blow. It's not pity. It's not professional concern. It's something more. And the look is aimed not just at Leo, but at me. My heart gives a painful, unfamiliar thud against my ribs. We move on to the jellyfish exhibit. The room is dark, almost black, lit only by the ethereal, pulsing glow of the cylindrical tanks. It's quieter in here, more intimate. We stand side by side, watching the translucent creatures drift and dance, their tentacles trailing behind them like silk ribbons. "They look like ghosts," Leo whispers from his perch on my shoulders. "Or aliens," I offer. "They look like thoughts," Willow says softly, her voice barely a sound beside me. I turn to look at her. Her face is illuminated by the shifting blue and pink light of the tank, her expression serene, thoughtful, just floating around. Beautiful and a little bit dangerous if you get too close. Our shoulders brush, and the contact, as fleeting as it is, sends a jolt of white-hot awareness through me. My mind flashes back to last night, to the feel of her skin under my hands, the taste of her on my tongue, the sound of her crying out my name. I have to physically clench my fists in my pockets to stop myself from reaching for her. This is a bad idea. Being here, with her, pretending this is a normal, casual outing, is a very, very bad idea. At the interactive touch pool, Leo hesitates. He eyes the slimy-looking starfish and the spiky sea urchins with a healthy dose of suspicion. "It's okay, hero," Willow says, kneeling beside the pool. "They won't hurt you." She dips her hand into the cool water, her long, elegant fingers gently stroking the rough surface of a purple starfish. "See? He's just hanging out." She looks up at Leo, her smile so full of patient encouragement, it could probably coax a confession from a stone. He takes a tentative step forward, and, with her guidance, touches the starfish. A look of pure, unadulterated wonder dawns on his face. I just watch them, a silent observer. I see the way her hand covers his, the way she whispers facts about the creatures into his ear. She makes the world feel safe. She makes it feel magical, and I find myself wanting, with a desperate, aching need to feel that same magic, to have her look at me with that same unwavering, unconditional warmth. The thought is so terrifying I have to turn away. We end the day in the small arcade near the exit. Leo's eyes lock onto the ultimate prize in a claw machine, a ridiculously oversized, plush great white shark. "I need him," he declares with the solemnity of a king. "Right," I say, my competitive instincts kicking in. "It's a simple matter of physics and trajectory." Stand back. $5 and 4 spectacular failures later, I am ready to punch the glass. The damn claw is rigged. It's a conspiracy. Willow steps up beside me, a teasing smirk on her lips. "Having trouble, Lord Boardroom?" "Can't negotiate a win?" "It's a flawed system," I grumble, feeding another dollar into the machine. "Here," she says, gently pushing me aside. "Let me try." She squints, her brow furrowed in concentration. She maneuvers the claw with a surprising, deadly precision. It descends, hovers, and then, with a soft whir, clamps down on the shark's tail. It lifts, swings, and drops the prize into the chute with a satisfying thud. Leo lets out a whoop of pure joy. I just stare at her, completely dumbfounded. She turns to me, her eyes dancing with triumph. She pats my arm. "It's not about brute force, Byron," she says, the sound of her voice a low, sultry purr. "It's about the soft touch." And then she winks at me. A full, slow, devastating wink that makes me feel weak. We get ice cream on the way out. Leo, now armed with his giant shark, manages to get chocolate all over his face. Willow laughs, a sound like wind chimes, and pulls a napkin from her purse. She leans in, gently wiping a smudge from his cheek. The gesture is so simple, so maternal, so normal, and it's so beautiful. The drive home is quiet. Leo is asleep in the back, his head pillowed on his new shark. The setting sun paints the sky in fiery strokes of orange and pink. Willow is looking out the window, a soft, contented smile on her face. I look at her, at the way the golden light catches the warm brown tones of her skin, at the gentle curve of her neck. I look at my nephew in the rearview mirror, his face peaceful in sleep. A faint chocolate smudge still on his cheek. The crushing anxiety from this morning is gone. The internal debate, the strategic overthinking, it's all been silenced. In its place is a deep, quiet contentment that settles in my bones. I don't have a name for this feeling. I have no file for it, no precedent. It's not a transaction, it's not a deal. It was just a day, a happy one. We drop her at her place, and I don't want to let her go. Leo grumbles, clinging to her. I wish I can cling too. I watch her disappear from my side and into her home. "Miss Willow's not coming home with us," he murmurs, looking dejected. "Yeah, buddy," I sigh, wishing that one day she won't have to go home. And as I pull up to the cold, silent facade of my penthouse, I realize with a terrifying, exhilarating clarity that I never want to go back to the way things were before. I want more days like this. I want more of her.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyler Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylerWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyler. Chapter 18, Willow. The trip to the aquarium broke something open. It wasn't a dramatic shattering. It was a quiet hairline fracture in the icy facade of Lord Boardroom. The change is subtle, but it's there. During our tutoring session today, Byron isn't just present. He's participating. He's asking Leo questions about the book we're reading, his deep baritone a surprising rumbling counterpoint to my softer tones. He's even made a few dry, witty jokes that coaxed a small, precious giggle out of his nephew. He's still an insufferable, arrogant man. But now he's an insufferable, arrogant man who looks at me sometimes with an intensity that makes the air in my lungs feel thin and hot. The memory of our night together is a constant, low-grade hum beneath the surface of every interaction, a live wire I am desperately trying not to touch. Today's project is ambitious. We've moved on from the hero's alphabet to the constellations. I've spread a massive sheet of black butcher paper across the living room floor, a blank midnight sky waiting to be filled. Okay, heroes, I announce, sitting cross-legged in the middle of our paper universe. Today, we're mapping the stars. We're going to paint the constellations of our favorite heroes: Hercules, Orion, Perseus. I've brought glow-in-the-dark paint. Leo's eyes are wide with a silent, reverent excitement. Byron is, of course, sitting on the floor with us. He shed his suit jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt, revealing those ridiculously capable-looking forearms. He's leaning back against the sofa, his long legs stretched out, looking like a king surveying his domain, a very tense, very handsome king who is clearly out of his depth. I'll take Orion, he says. He was the greatest hunter. Of course, he would pick the arrogant, powerful hunter. I can't help the small smile that plays on my lips. Leo, who do you want? Hercules, Leo whispers, pointing to the book open beside us. Excellent choice, I say, handing him a brush and a pot of glowing green paint. We work for a while, a strange, domestic little trio. I show Leo how to dip his brush and make small, perfect dots for the stars. Byron, to my utter shock, is surprisingly artistic, his Orion a series of sharp, precise points that actually resemble the constellation. We need Andromeda, I declare, reaching for a pot of silvery white paint that's just out of my reach, near Byron's knee. She was the Princess Perseus, saved from the sea monster. I lean across the paper, my body stretching, my fingers just brushing the cool plastic of the pot. My balance is precarious. I'm focused on the paint, on not smudging the wet stars Leo just painted. You've got a little... Byron's voice is a low murmur beside me. I glance at him. He's looking at my cheek, a small, amused smirk on his lips. He reaches out, his thumb coming up to gently brush at my cheekbone. His touch is electric. A jolt of pure, unadulterated lightning that shoots straight from my cheek to my core. My breath hitches. And that's all it takes. The small, unexpected touch, the sudden, intense proximity, the memory of that same thumb stroking my skin in the dark. It's too much. My balance evaporates. I let out a small, startled squeak, my body tipping forward, my hands flailing uselessly in the air. I'm going to faceplant directly into a wet, glowing painting of Hercules. But I don't. An arm like a steel band wraps around my waist, stopping my fall with a sudden, jarring halt. I'm yanked backward, my body colliding with a wall of solid, unyielding muscle. I land with my back pressed flush against Byron's chest, my head tucked under his chin. The world stops. My brain goes completely, blissfully blank. All I can feel is him, the hard, steady thud of his heart against my back, the solid strength of his arm around my waist, the heat of his body seeping through the thin fabric of my dress. He smells like expensive cologne, clean cotton, and something uniquely, intoxicatingly male. I can't breathe. I can't think. I can only feel. He doesn't let go. His grip on my waist almost tightens, his other hand coming up to steady my shoulder. I can feel his breath, warm and uneven, against my hair. "You okay?" He rasps, his voice a low, gravelly thing that vibrates through my body. I can only manage a small, pathetic nod. I should pull away. I should make a joke, break the tension. But I am physically incapable of moving. My body is humming, a live wire of awareness. The memory of our night together is no longer a quiet hum. It's a roaring, deafening inferno. Slowly, as if in a trance, I turn my head. Our faces are inches apart. His blue eyes are dark, stormy, and filled with a raw, unguarded hunger that mirrors my own. His gaze drops to my lips, and I see the exact moment his control snaps. He groans, a low, guttural sound of surrender, and then his mouth is on mine. It's not like the first time. There's no desperation, no grief. This is pure, unadulterated want. It's a kiss of possession, a kiss that says mine. His lips are firm, demanding, and I open for him without a moment's hesitation, my body arching into his, my hands moving up to fist in the front of his shirt. His tongue sweeps into my mouth, tangling with mine in a hot, wet, messy dance of claiming and being claimed. It's a kiss that steals the air from my lungs and the strength from my bones. It's a kiss that feels like coming home. A small, sharp sound breaks through the haze of lust. Clap, clap, clap. We spring apart as if we've been electrocuted. My face is flaming, my heart hammering against my ribs. Byron looks equally stunned, his eyes wide, his lips swollen and red. We both turn to the source of the sound. Leo is sitting in the middle of our constellation map, his small hands still poised mid-clap, a look of pure, unadulterated delight on his face. How can they forget Leo is here? "Are you my uncle's girlfriend now?" he asks, voice a clear, ringing bell in the charged silence. The world tilts on its axis. My brain reboots with a painful screeching halt. I stammer, completely at a loss for words. Byron looks like he's been poleaxed. He just stares at his nephew, his mouth slightly agape. Leo is not deterred by our stunned silence. He scrambles to his feet, his eyes shining with a sudden brilliant idea. "Because girlfriends are family, right? Amelia said so. If you're his girlfriend, then you can be my aunt. You get married, and then we can be a real family." The innocent, hopeful words are a gut punch. They are so full of a desperate, childish longing that it makes my own heart hurt. A real family, it's all he wants. The silence that follows is thick, heavy, and excruciating. I can't look at Byron. I can't. I just stare at Leo, at his hopeful, expectant little face, and I feel like the world's biggest fraud. After what feels like an eternity, Byron clears his throat. "Leo, buddy," he says, "why don't you go wash the paint off your hands for dinner? Willow and I need to talk for a minute." Leo's face falls slightly, but he nods, his hope dimming to a quiet obedience. He pads out of the room, leaving us alone in the wreckage of our exploded moment. I still can't look at him. I focus on a particularly bright star in our painted sky. "Willow," he says, his voice growling beside me. I finally force myself to meet his gaze. He's not looking at me with anger or regret. He's just watching me. His expression unreadable, his blue eyes stormy and intense. "We need to talk about this," he says. "There's nothing to talk about," I say, my voice coming out shaky and weak. "It was an accident. It won't happen again. It's a lie, and we both know it." "Stop," he says, his voice sharp. Don't do that. Don't dismiss it. Don't pretend it was nothing." He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture of pure, unadulterated frustration. I can't compartmentalize you anymore, Willow. It's not working. My breath sticks in my throat. "You're not just Leo's teacher," he continues, his gaze so intense it feels like he's seeing straight through me. "You're not just my employee. And after the other night, you're not just a one-night stand. You're everywhere. You're in my home. You're in my head. You're in my goddamn kitchen, making me feel things I haven't felt in a decade. Things I'm not sure I ever have." He takes a step closer, his voice dropping to a raw, vulnerable whisper. "I have feelings for you, Willow. Feelings that go far beyond this arrangement. And it is terrifying. And I have no idea what to do with it." His confession hangs between us, a brave, terrifying truth. My own heart is a wild, frantic bird in my chest. He feels it too. This crazy, impossible, terrifying thing. My own voice is a choked whisper. I feel it too. The relief that washes over his face is so profound, it's like watching the sun break through the clouds. "Okay," he breathes. "Okay." We stand there, in the middle of our hand-painted galaxy, the air thick with unspoken words and terrifying new possibilities. "So what does this mean?" I ask, my voice barely audible. He takes another step, closing the distance between us. He doesn't touch me, but I can feel the heat of his body, the pull of his gravity. "I don't know," he says, voice a deep, honest rumble. "But I think it means we stop pretending. And we explore this. Cautiously, I echo, the word feeling both safe and utterly ridiculous. There is nothing cautious about the way this man makes me feel. He gives me a small, hesitant smile. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "Yeah," he says, cautiously. And as I look up into his stormy blue eyes, I know that I am about to step off a cliff. But for the first time, I'm not afraid of the fall, because I have a feeling he might just be there to catch me.
Chapter 19. Byron. It's 5:45 p.m. The fluorescent lights of my office hum, a sound that has been the soundtrack to my life for over a decade. My desk is a sea of neatly stacked documents, the final revisions for the Axiom deal. My junior associate, Elise, is standing by the door, her expression a mixture of awe and terror, as is standard. "The final draft is flawless, sir," she says, her voice hushed. "The Singapore team is ready to pull an all-nighter to implement these changes." The old me, the man I was just a few weeks ago, would have been right there with them. I would have lived and breathed this deal until it was signed, sealed, and delivered, subsisting on stale coffee and the metallic taste of victory. Mrs. Gable will be taking care of Leo in my penthouse. There will be no colors, no noise, and everything's perfect. Well, dead, I dread going back to that life. Instead, I close the binder with a soft, final click. I slide it across the polished surface of my desk. "Good," I say, standing up and shrugging into my suit jacket. "Then you can handle it from here, Elise." She blinks, her entire body going rigid with shock. "Sir, you're leaving?" "I am," I say, grabbing my briefcase. I have a prior engagement. I walk past her, leaving her standing there with her mouth slightly agape, a soldier whose general has just abandoned the field before the final battle. I don't offer any further explanation. I don't need to. My prior engagement is a sweet 7-year-old boy and a woman with eyes the color of warm, dark coffee. And for the first time in my entire professional life, a billion-dollar deal comes in a distant second. This is my new routine. It's a fragile, terrifying, and ridiculously beautiful thing. At 6 p.m., I walk through the door of my own home. The silence that greets me is no longer the cold, sterile quiet of an empty penthouse. It's a soft, lived-in silence, filled with the lingering scent of whatever Willow cooked for Leo's after-school snack, and the faint, citrusy smell of the cleaning products she insists on using. There are no more schedules for sessions. She can come whenever she wants. This is her home, too. Tonight, I find them in the Fortress of Heroes, a lopsided monument to chaos that I have started to find charming. They're not reading. They're building. A massive, intricate model of the Parthenon, made from what looks like 1,000 tiny wooden blocks. It needs more columns on the western flank, I say, my voice like a low rumble as I drop my briefcase by the door and loosen my tie. Willow looks up at me from her cross-legged position on the floor. She's wearing a soft, oversized gray sweatshirt that has a smudge of something that looks suspiciously like chocolate on the sleeve, and a pair of black leggings that hug her incredible curves in a way that makes my mouth go dry. Her hair is a glorious, untamed cloud of soft curls, and her smile, when it lands on me, is a slow, warm thing that hits me right in the chest. "Well, well," she says, her voice laced with a teasing warmth. "Look what the cat dragged in. I thought you'd be knee-deep in hostile takeovers until midnight." "The hostile takeovers can wait," I say, shrugging out of my jacket. I get down on the floor, my knees protesting, and position myself across from them. The structural integrity of this temple, however, is a matter of immediate concern. Leo giggles, a sound that is still so new, so precious, it feels like a physical blow every time I hear it. He pushes a handful of tiny wooden columns toward me. And for the next hour I am not Byron Hale, the shark. I am Byron, co-architect of a miniature Greek temple. We work, the three of us, in a comfortable, easy silence, our hands occasionally brushing as we reach for the same block. It's the best part of my day. Later, after Leo is asleep, I find Willow in the kitchen, humming softly to herself as she packs up her things. She eats dinner with us every night now. It's an unspoken agreement, a part of the routine that has become the central pillar of my new existence. "You don't have to rush off," I say, leaning against the counter, watching her. "I have a life, you know," she teases, "but there's no real heat behind it." She turns to face me, her expression soft in the dim light of the kitchen. "Besides, I think you've had enough of me for one day." "Never," I say, the words slipping out before I can stop it, raw and honest. The air between us shifts, the easy, playful energy dissipating, replaced by the familiar, simmering heat that is always just beneath the surface. "You know," she says, her voice dropping to a low, curious murmur, "you talk about your sister, but you never talk about anyone else. Was there ever a miss? Shark before I came along?" The question is a playful jab, but it lands with surprising weight. I think about the women from my past, the string of beautiful, ambitious, and ultimately forgettable dates I took to charity galas, the few short-term, transactional relationships that were more about convenience and stress relief than any real connection. "No," I say, my voice rough. "There was no one." She raises an eyebrow. "No one? Ever?" I find that hard to believe, Byron. I push off the counter, taking a step closer to her. "I've been with women, Willow," I say, my voice dropping. "But it was never this." I gesture vaguely between us, at the comfortable kitchen, at the Fortress of Heroes in the other room, at the charged, intimate space that now exists between us. It was never real. It wasn't beautiful. It wasn't Sacred. Her eyes widen, her lips parting in a small, silent, "Oh!" She understands. I don't do love, Willow, I confess, the words feeling like they're being torn from my throat. I don't know how. I've never felt it before you. The admission hangs in the air, a terrifying, fragile thing. I've just handed her a weapon, a piece of my soul she could use to shatter me completely. She doesn't. She takes a step closer, closing the remaining distance between us. Her hand comes up, her warm palm resting flat against my chest, right over my hammering heart. "Maybe," she whispers, her eyes searching mine. "You just needed someone to show you how." And then she's on her tiptoes, her mouth meeting mine in a kiss that is so full of tenderness, of a deep, quiet understanding, that it makes my knees go weak. I groan, my hands coming up to cup her face, my thumbs stroking her soft skin. I kiss her back, pouring every ounce of my terrifying, newfound emotion into the act. This isn't the desperate, consuming kiss from the other night. This is something else. This is a promise. I break the kiss, resting my forehead against hers. "Stay," I breathe. "Don't go home tonight. Stay with me." "Okay," she whispers. And the simple, easy agreement is the most beautiful sound I have ever heard. I lead her to my bedroom, our hands intertwined. This time, there is no rush. There is no desperation. There is only a slow, deliberate unfolding. I undress her with a reverence that feels like a form of worship. I peel away her soft sweatshirt, her simple t-shirt, her jeans. I unhook her bra, my fingers surprisingly steady. I kneel before her, sliding her panties down her long, shapely legs. And then I just look at the magnificent, beautiful woman standing before me in the soft moonlight.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
After a long, peaceful silence, she whispers into the dark, "What happens now, Byron?" The question is a soft, vulnerable thing. I pull her closer, my arm a heavy, protective weight around her. "I want to be with you," I confess, the admission feeling surprisingly easy. This is new territory for me. Our life is complicated. But I know this. I tilt her chin up, forcing her to meet my gaze. "I'm not letting you go. We'll figure it out, together." "Promise," she whispers, her eyes shining with unshed tears. The vulnerability in her face squeezed my heart. I make a vow in my soul to never hurt this precious, beautiful soul. To cherish this amazing woman, my light, my angel, in my arms. "I promise," I say, my voice sounding so powerful it steals my breath. I lean down and kiss her, a soft, sealing kiss. "I love you, Willow." A single tear escapes her eye, tracing a path down her temple. "I love you too," she breathes. And in the quiet of my sterile, lonely penthouse, surrounded by the ghosts of my past, I finally feel like I'm home.
Chapter 20, Willow. Okay, so he kissed you in the middle of a glow-in-the-dark galaxy you painted on his floor. I'm following. Then what? Monique's voice is a crackling, impatient burst of energy through my phone. I can hear one of her twins demanding juice in the background, a familiar soundtrack to our calls. I'm sitting on my own worn, comfortable sofa, a cup of tea going cold in my hands. The quiet of my small apartment a stark contrast to the happy chaos I just left at Byron's. Then he admitted he has feelings for me, I say, the words still feeling foreign and fragile on my tongue. And I admitted I have them too. We agreed to explore it, cautiously. A loud, unladylike snort comes through the line. Cautiously? Willow, honey, no. That's nonsense. You don't do cautious. You do all in, and that man doesn't have a cautious bone in his ridiculously well-toned body. You two are a 5-alarm fire in a fireworks factory. Stop pretending it's a controlled burn. I can't help but smile. It's complicated, Mo. He's my boss. He's Leo's uncle. There are lines. Screw the lines, she declares, her voice full of the fierce, unwavering loyalty that makes her the best friend a woman could ask for. You deserve to be happy. He deserves to be happy. And that sweet little boy deserves to see the two people he loves most in the world be happy together. You need a real date. A no kids, no forts, no grief talk date. My stomach does a nervous little flip. I don't think we're there yet. Then get there, she insists. Look, I'm already clearing my Friday night. You are dropping Leo off here for a sleepover with Amelia and the Terror twins. And you are going to let that man take you out and spoil you? It's not a request, Will. It's a prescription. From a professional. You're not a professional. You're a chaos coordinator with a baby on your hip. Exactly. I'm an expert in the field. Friday night. Be there. She hangs up, leaving me in a stunned, terrified, and exhilarating silence. A real date. Just me and Byron. The thought is so potent it makes my palms sweat. I spend the next 24 hours in a state of low-grade panic. How do I even bring this up? Do I text him? Leave a post-it note? Hey, Lord Boardroom, my meddling best friend has arranged for us to have a child-free evening, so we can explore our terrifying and confusing feelings over an overpriced appetizer. You in? I finally corner him on Thursday evening, after our tutoring session. Leo is happily watching a movie in his room, and Byron is in his home office, staring at a spreadsheet with an intensity that could probably melt steel. Byron, I say from the doorway, my voice a little shaky. He looks up, and the hard lines of his face soften instantly when he sees me. That still does a number on my insides. Hey, everything okay? Yes, I have a proposition. One of his dark eyebrows arches, a slow, lazy movement that is unfairly sexy. I'm listening. My friend Monique, I begin, my hands twisting in front of me. She invited Leo for a sleepover at her place tomorrow night, with her kids. Okay, he says slowly, his blue eyes watchful. And she suggested that, since we would have the night free, that maybe you and I could go out? The words come out in a rushed, jumbled mess. I feel like a teenager asking someone to prom. He doesn't say anything for a long moment. He just looks at me, his expression unreadable. Oh God, this was a mistake. I've overstepped. I've misread everything. But a slow, devastatingly handsome smile spreads across his face. It's the first real, unguarded grin I've seen from him that isn't directed at his nephew. And it's aimed right at me. Are you asking me on a date, Willow Biles? He asks, his voice taking on a low, teasing sound. My face flames. It was Monique's idea. I don't care whose idea it was, he says, standing up and walking around his massive desk until he's standing right in front of me. He's so close I can smell the clean, crisp scent of his shirt. I think it's a great idea. He leans in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. I was wondering how I was going to get you all to myself. Are you sure you can handle me without a 7-year-old chaperone? The playful, possessive glint in his eyes makes my stomach do a series of complicated gymnastic routines. I think I can manage, I say, my voice breathless. Good, he says, his gaze dropping to my lips. Pick you up at 7. On Friday, dropping Leo off at the Laurent estate feels like a clandestine handoff in a spy movie. The house is a whirlwind of happy, chaotic energy. Leo is immediately absorbed into a game of tag with the twins, his face alight with a pure, uncomplicated joy that makes my heart swell. Monique pulls me into a fierce hug. Have fun, she whispers in my ear. Let him spoil you. You deserve it. And for God's sake, kiss him like you mean it. She pulls back and then turns her attention to Byron, who is standing awkwardly by the door. She points a finger at his chest. You break her heart, Hale, and I will personally find a way to make every one of your corporate assets mysteriously illiquid. We clear? Gabriel, who has been watching the exchange with an amused expression, claps a hand on Byron's shoulder. She's not kidding, he says with a grin. Welcome to the family, man. It's terrifying. Byron just looks at me over Monique's head, a look of such bewildered amusement on his face that I can't help but laugh. He takes my hand as we walk back to the car, his large, warm fingers lacing through mine. The simple public gesture feels like a declaration. The restaurant he takes me to is nothing like the stuffy corporate places I imagined. It's a small, intimate Italian place tucked away on a quiet side street, with dark wood, flickering candlelight, and a single red rose on every table. It's romantic. It's thoughtful. It's a place he chose. For me. How did you even find this place? I ask, after the waiter has taken our order. I have my sources, he says, a small smile playing on his lips. And I figured you were tired of my kitchen. The conversation flows with an ease that is still surprising. We don't talk about Leo. We don't talk about work. We talk about us. I tell him about growing up with my loud, loving family. He says he wants to meet my family someday, and I'm so happy I want to jump. But I want it to be perfect, and I don't know when. He tells me a funny, self-deprecating story about his first disastrous attempt at a legal argument in moot court. We banter. We flirt. The simmering tension that is always between us is no longer a source of anxiety. It's a thrilling, delicious promise. After dinner, he suggests a walk. We end up by the riverside, the path illuminated by old-fashioned gas lamps. The city skyline is a glittering, breathtaking panorama across the dark, swirling water. I lean against the cool stone balustrade, a contented sigh escaping my lips. This was a perfect night, Byron, I say softly. It's not over yet, he says darkly. And then I hear it. The soft, soulful notes of a saxophone drifting on the cool night air. I turn, and my breath stucks in my throat. A little further down the path, under a canopy of fairy lights strung between two trees, a small, 3-piece jazz band is playing, a saxophone, an upright bass, and a guitar. They're playing a slow, impossibly romantic ballad. Byron, I breathe, turning to him, my eyes wide. Did you... He just gives me that slow, devastating smile. I told you, he says, taking my hand and leading me toward the music. I wanted to get you all to myself. He pulls me into his arms in the small, illuminated circle of light, and we begin to dance. He's a surprisingly good dancer, his movements sure and steady. I rest my head against his chest, the solid, steady thud of his heart, a perfect rhythm beneath my ear. We sway to the music, the only two people in the world. A few other couples, drawn by the music, stop to watch, then slowly join us, creating a small, impromptu dance floor on the riverside path. As the song reaches its crescendo, the saxophonist steps back, and Byron does something that makes my heart stop. He takes the microphone from its stand. He begins, his voice a little rough, a little unsure. He looks directly at me and the entire world seems to fade away. I'm not a singer, but this part is for her. And he sings. His voice isn't perfect. It's a little gravelly, a little off-key. But it is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard. It's full of a raw, honest emotion that he has never let me see before. He sings about finding a light in the dark, about a love that felt impossible. He sings it to me. As the final soulful note of the saxophone fades into the night, the sky above the city explodes. A shower of glittering golden fireworks bursts against the dark canvas. A perfectly timed, impossibly romantic coincidence. I'm crying. Real, happy, overwhelmed tears are streaming down my face. You did not just do that, I whisper, my voice thick. I did, he says, his own eyes shining with an emotion so powerful it steals my breath. I don't even think. I throw my arms around his neck, my body flush against his, and I kiss him. I kiss him with every bit of the love and hope and terrifying, exhilarating joy bursting inside me. I kiss him like I mean it. He groans into my mouth, his arms wrapping around me, lifting me off my feet. The small crowd around us erupts into applause and cheers. He breaks the kiss, resting his forehead against mine. I think, he says, his voice sounding like a raw, ragged thing, that I am irrevocably in love with you, Willow Biles. And right there, under a sky full of exploding stars, surrounded by the applause of strangers, I know, with an absolute, unwavering certainty, that I am already, completely, and irrevocably in love with him too.
Chapter 21. Byron. 3 weeks. For 3 weeks, my life has been a foreign country, and I am a willing, bewildered immigrant. The language is one I'm still learning, a dialect of shared laughter, scraped knees, and the specific, soul-deep satisfaction of a 7-year-old falling asleep on your chest. It's 6:30 p.m. on a Tuesday. Weeks ago, this would have meant I was in my office, neck-deep in depositions, my dinner a lukewarm cup of coffee, and the metallic taste of a looming victory. Tonight, I'm on the floor of my living room, flat on my stomach, my chin propped on my hands. My opponent, a formidable warrior named Leo, is commanding a legion of plastic dinosaurs. I am the leader of the superhero action figures. The battle for control of the Fortress of Heroes is, apparently, a fight to the death. "My T-Rex is going to eat your guy with a hammer!" Leo declares, his voice a high-pitched, gleeful roar. He smashes the dinosaur into my Thor action figure with a ferocity that is both hilarious and slightly terrifying. "An interesting strategy," I say in a dramatic rumble, "but you've underestimated the God of Thunder. He has lightning powers. I make a series of crackling, buzzing noises that are objectively ridiculous, but they earn me a peal of delighted laughter from my nephew. The sound is the new soundtrack to my life. It has replaced the sterile hum of my office, the distant wail of city sirens, and it is, without question, the greatest sound I have ever heard. From the kitchen, the scent of roasting chicken and garlic wafts over, a warm, delicious cloud that has permanently replaced the cold, empty air of my penthouse. Willow is in there, humming softly to some old jazz station, a sound that has become as essential to this home as the foundation. This is my life now. It's messy, it's chaotic, it's unpredictable, and it is, without a single doubt, perfect. I am so lost in the heat of our epic battle, so focused on planning my counterattack. Captain America's shield is an excellent defensive weapon, against a velociraptor, it turns out, that I almost miss the sound of my phone buzzing on the coffee table. Almost. It's my work phone, the one that has been conspicuously silent for the last 3 weeks, because I've been ruthlessly, unapologetically ignoring it after 6 p.m. But the caller ID makes my blood run cold. Elise. Urgent. I never let Elise use that word unless the sky is literally falling. "1 second, buddy," I say to Leo, my voice suddenly tight. I grab the phone, my heart starting a low, heavy thud against my ribs. I walk over to the balcony, sliding the glass door shut behind me. A flimsy barrier against the world I'm trying so hard to keep at bay. "What is it?" I ask, my voice all business, the shift in tone so abrupt it gives me whiplash. "Byron, thank God." Elise's voice is a high-pitched, panicked squeak. "It's the Axiom deal. It's falling apart. The world narrows to a single sharp point. The Axiom deal is my magnum opus, a multi-billion-dollar acquisition I've been working on with Gabriel. It's the biggest, most complex deal of my career." "Explain," I command, my voice like ice. "The Singapore team just got served," she says, her words tumbling over each other in a rush. "The opposing counsel found a loophole in the international patent filings. A tiny buried clause no one caught. They're filing an injunction. They're claiming intellectual property theft. The board is threatening to pull out. It's a goddamn bloodbath." I close my eyes, a string of curses running through my head. I can picture the chaos, the panicked calls, the frantic emails, the smell of fear and failure. A year ago, the scent would have been an aphrodisiac, the call to battle. Now it just makes me feel tired. "The team is in chaos," she continues, her voice trembling. "They need you, Byron. They need a shark. They need you on the ground. In Singapore, now. Like yesterday." I look through the glass door. I can see Willow in the kitchen, her back to me, swaying slightly to the music as she pulls the roasting pan from the oven. I can see Leo, now lying on his stomach, moving his dinosaurs in a silent, solitary battle. My family. The thought is so powerful, so absolute, it steals my breath. "Byron? Are you there?" Elise's voice is a frantic buzz in my ear. "I'm here," I say, sounding rough. "Book the flight. I'll be there in the morning." I hang up, the silence on the balcony suddenly deafening. The city lights glitter below, a cold, indifferent constellation. For years, that city was my kingdom. I conquered it, deal by painful deal. Now, it just looks like a place I want to escape from. I turn and slide the door open. Willow is standing there, a dish towel in her hands, her beautiful face etched with a quiet, knowing concern. She heard. Of course, she heard. "You have to go," she says. "It's not a question." I nod, my throat tight. The deal is falling apart. They need me in Singapore. She walks over to me, her dark eyes searching mine. She reaches out, her warm palm resting flat against my chest, right over my hammering heart. "Hey," she says softly. "Look at me." I meet her gaze, and what I see there isn't disappointment or anger. It's a deep, unwavering strength. It's trust. "Go," she says, her voice becoming a firm, steady anchor in my swirling chaos. "Go be the brilliant, terrifying shark that you are. Go win. And then you come home." She gives me a small, confident smile. "Leo and I will be right here when you get back. We're not going anywhere." Her faith in me, in us, is so absolute, so unconditional. It makes me feel weak in the knees. The old me would have just left, a curt goodbye over my shoulder. The new me, the man she is slowly, painstakingly rebuilding, wants to fall to his knees and beg her not to let him go. "I don't want to," I confess, the admission a raw, ragged whisper. "I don't want to leave." "I know," she says, her thumb stroking my chest in a slow, soothing rhythm. "And that's how I know you'll come back." We don't talk about it again. We don't let the impending separation poison the few hours we have left. Instead, we create a bubble of determined, defiant normalcy. I call the best pizza place in the city and order 3 large pizzas with every topping imaginable. An act of pure, unadulterated domestic rebellion. We eat on the floor, in the fortress of heroes, the pizza boxes spread out between us like a battlefield banquet. We put on Leo's favorite cartoon, a loud, obnoxious show about a team of crime-fighting squirrels that would have made my former self break out in hives. Tonight, I find myself genuinely invested. Leo is tucked between us, a warm, solid weight against my side. He's narrating the entire episode, his small voice vibrating with excitement. Look, that's Acorn Andy. He has a superpowered nut blaster. He's gonna get the bad guy. I look over at Willow. She's leaning against a pile of cushions, a slice of pepperoni pizza in her hand, a genuine, beautiful smile on her face. She catches me looking, and her smile widens, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She looks so happy, so at home, in my home. Later, after Leo is asleep, his small body finally succumbing to a pizza and cartoon-induced coma, we're left alone on the sofa. The television is off. The only light is the soft, ambient glow of the city outside. Willow is curled up against me, her head resting on my shoulder, her legs tangled with mine. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her closer, trying to memorize the feel of her in my arms, the weight of her, the scent of her. He's going to miss you, she says softly into my chest. I'm going to miss him more, I admit, my voice thick. And you, I'm going to miss you most of all. She tilts her head up, her dark eyes shining in the dim light. Then you better close that deal fast, Hale. That's the plan, Biles, I murmur, leaning down to capture her lips with mine. The kiss is slow, deep, and full of a quiet, aching tenderness. It's not about passion. It's not about heat. It's about connection. It's a promise. A silent vow that this, what we have right here, is the real deal, the one worth fighting for. We stay like that for a long time, just holding each other, the silence comfortable and full. I look at the sleeping form of my nephew on the other end of the couch, his face peaceful, his chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. I look at the beautiful, incredible woman in my arms, the woman who has become the new center of my universe, and I feel the terrifying, profound weight of having something to lose. For the first time in my life, I have everything, and I have to walk away from it, if only for a little while. The thought is the most painful thing I have ever known. Chapter 22. Byron. The air in this Singapore boardroom is recycled and smells faintly of desperation and overpriced orchids. It's been 48 hours. 48 hours since I held her. 48 hours since I've seen my nephew. It feels like a goddamn century. Across the glass table, Mr. Tan, the CEO of Axiom Digital's Asian subsidiary, is attempting a smile. It's a weak, watery thing that doesn't reach his tired eyes. He thinks we're still in the negotiation phase. He is mistaken. We are in the surrender phase. He just doesn't know it yet. Mr. Hale, he says, voice a reedy tenor that grates on my last nerve. We appreciate your directness, but the board feels that a 7% dilution of our patent holdings is simply untenable. I lean back in my chair, the leather groaning in protest. I let the silence stretch, a tactic I have perfected over a decade. I let him stew in it. I let him feel the weight of my impatience, my utter lack of dams to give about his board's delicate feelings. My team, flown in on a private jet that I chartered before the sun was up in New York, sits flanking me. Elise, my junior associate, is a pillar of professional calm, her pen poised over a legal pad, but I can see the tension in the set of her shoulders. She's never seen me like this. This isn't the cold, calculating shark she's used to. This is a predator who has skipped the hunt and gone straight for the throat. I don't have time for the chase. I have a life to get back to. Let's be pragmatic about this, Mr. Tan, I say in a dangerous purr that has made men twice his size physically tremble. Your patent holdings are currently worth nothing because your injunction is based on a fraudulent claim that my legal team has already systematically dismantled in the last 36 hours. The only reason we are still sitting in this room is because my client is feeling generous. A generosity, I assure you, that is fading with every passing second I am forced to remain in this city. He swallows, the sound audible in the pin-drop silence of the room. Our counsel feels we have a strong case. Your counsel is an idiot, I cut in, my voice sharp as glass. And he is about to cost you your company. You have two options. You can accept my client's very generous offer, which includes the 7% dilution and a seat for you on the new advisory board. Or you can refuse, in which case I will not only proceed with a hostile takeover that will leave your board with nothing, but I will also personally finance a countersuit for corporate espionage that will tie you and your counsel up in litigation for the next decade. I give him a smile that is all teeth. Your choice. This is the moment. The kill shot. The point where he is supposed to crumble, to concede, to sign the damn papers so I can get on a plane and go home. My personal phone, sitting face down on the table beside my laptop, buzzes. A single sharp vibration. Every head in the room turns to it. It's a violation of my own cardinal rule. No personal devices in a closing. But I brought it. I couldn't not. I needed the line to them to be open. I ignore it. I keep my eyes locked on Ton, my expression a mask of cold, unyielding power. It buzzes again. A text this time. My resolve, so absolute just a second ago, begins to fracture. My heart starts a low, heavy thud against my ribs. It's her. It has to be her. Mr. Hale? Tan asks, his voice shaky. I hold up a single commanding finger, silencing him without a word. I pick up the phone. My hands, usually so steady, have a faint tremor. The screen lights up. 2 messages from Willow. The first is a photo. It's a picture of a page in one of Leo's mythology books. A drawing of Hercules fighting the Nemean lion. The second message is a video file. My thumb hovers over the play button. The world outside this small, glowing screen ceases to exist. The multi-billion-dollar deal, the panicked CEO, my own reputation. It all fades into a distant, irrelevant hum. I press play. The video is a little shaky at first. It's a close-up of the book, the same page from the photo. I hear her voice, a soft, encouraging murmur from off-screen. Okay, hero. You can do it. Nice and slow. Just like we practiced. The camera pans up slightly, and then I see him. Leo! He's sitting in the fortress of heroes, his face a mask of pure, unadulterated concentration. His brow is furrowed, his lower lip caught between his teeth. His small finger is tracing the words on the page. Her, Kulisi, he sounds out, his voice a small, hesitant whisper. Was not afraid. My breath sticks in my throat. My heart feels like it's being squeezed in a vice. He knew the lion was strong, Leo continues, his voice gaining a tiny bit of confidence with each word. He looks up at the camera, at her, a look of such profound, triumphant pride on his face that it shatters something deep inside me. But he was stronger. He finishes the sentence and then looks directly into the lens, a brilliant, full-wattage smile breaking across his face. I did it, Willow. I read the whole page. You did it, sweetheart, I hear her say, her voice thick with emotion that mirrors my own. You were amazing. I am so proud of you. The video ends. I stare at the blank screen, my thumb frozen over the replay button. The silence in my head is deafening. The world comes rushing back in, the sterile air of the boardroom, the scent of the orchids, the weight of the deal, and it is all utterly, completely meaningless. I have spent my entire life chasing victory. The bigger the deal, the more ruthless the fight, the better. I have equated success with power, with control, with the acquisition of things. I have built an empire on the bones of my vanquished opponents, and in a single 30-second video, a 7-year-old boy and a woman with a heart the size of the sun have shown me what real victory looks like. It's not a signature on a contract. It's not a headline in the Wall Street Journal. It's the sound of your nephew reading his first full page. It's the look of pure, unadulterated joy on his face. It's the love in a woman's voice when she tells him she's proud. That's the real deal. That's the only deal that matters. I stand up. My movements are calm, deliberate. Every person in the room is staring at me, their expressions a mixture of confusion and fear. I walk to the head of the table. I look at Mr. Tan, but I don't see a corporate rival. I just see a man with his own life, his own family, a man who is wasting my goddamn time. "Here's the new offer," I say in a tone that brooks no argument. "You get 5%, not 7. My client will absorb your board, and you will be given a generous severance package. You will not have a seat at the table. This offer is on the table for the next 10 minutes. After that, it's gone, and I will proceed with the hostile takeover and the lawsuit. We clear?" Tan's jaw drops. Elise looks at me like I've just grown a second head. "But you said 7%. Tan stammers. "I've reconsidered," I say, my voice like ice. "The price of my time has just gone up. Dramatically." I turn to my junior associate. "Elise," I say, my tone softening slightly. "You're closing this. You have 10 minutes to get his signature. Then you will handle the transition. You are more than capable. I have complete faith in you." "Sir," she whispers, her eyes wide. "Where are you going?" I give her a small, genuine smile. It's the first one I've managed in 48 hours. "I'm going home," I say. I don't wait for a response. I walk out of the boardroom, leaving a wake of stunned silence behind me. I don't look back. I pull out my phone, my fingers already dialing the airline's executive services line. "This is Byron Hale," I say, my voice calm, clear, and full of a purpose I have never felt before. "I need the first available flight to New York. I don't care what it costs. I'm coming home."
Chapter 23. Willow. The penthouse is too quiet. It's a hollow, echoing silence that not even Leo's cheerful chatter can fill. For almost 4 days, this apartment, which I once considered a sterile, soulless box, has felt like a tomb. Byron is a ghost, a phantom presence in every room. I see him in the indentation his head left on the sofa cushion, in the half-empty mug of coffee he left by the sink, in the way Leo keeps looking at the front door. His petite face a mask of quiet, hopeful expectation. I miss him. Byron has been so busy these past 2 days that we barely have time to have a video call, but just texting is enough for her as long as he's safe. The admission is a constant low-grade ache in my chest. It's a dull, stupid, inconvenient throb that has taken up permanent residence right next to my heart. I miss his arrogant smirk, his low, rumbling voice, the surprising, unguarded warmth in his eyes when he looks at his nephew. I miss the sheer, overwhelming presence of him, the way he fills a room just by breathing. "Are we going to build the Fortress of Heroes today?" Leo asks from his spot on the floor, where he's meticulously organizing his dinosaur collection by alphabetical order. "Of course, buddy," I say, my voice a little too bright. "Every hero needs a fortress. Even the pillow fort feels empty without him." It's just me and Leo, our voices too small in the vast, lopsided structure. He's trying so hard to be brave, to be the stoic little hero from his books, but I see the sadness clinging to him like a shadow. He misses his uncle, his anchor. We're in the middle of a particularly dramatic reading of the Minotaur myth when the private elevator chimes. My head snaps up. My heart gives a single violent thud against my ribs. It's probably just a delivery, or Mrs. Gable dropping off some paperwork or a grocery I asked to buy. It's not him. He's in Singapore. He's halfway across the world, wrestling corporate dragons in a boardroom. The elevator doors slide open, and there he is. My breath leaves my lungs in a whoosh, as if I've been punched. It's him, Byron. He's standing in the foyer, looking rumpled, exhausted, and more beautiful than any man has a right to be. He's wearing dark, travel-creased trousers and a simple black t-shirt that stretches across his chest. His hair is a mess, his jaw is shadowed with stubble, and his blue eyes, when they land on me, are so full of a raw, bone-deep weariness and a fierce, unadulterated longing that it knocks the air from my lungs. You're back, I stammer, my brain refusing to process the image in front of me. What are you doing here? The deal is done, he says, his voice sounding like a low, gravelly thing that sends a shiver racing down my spine. He drops a duffel bag to the floor, the sound a dull thud in the quiet room. He doesn't look at Leo. His eyes are only on me. Uncle Byron. Leo lets out a cry of pure, unadulterated joy and scrambles out of the pillow fort, launching himself at his uncle's legs with the intense force of a small cannonball. Byron's gaze finally breaks from mine. He looks down at his nephew, and the hard lines of his face soften into an expression of such profound, overwhelming love that it makes my own heart ache. He scoops Leo up into his arms, burying his face in the boy's dark hair, his large frame shuddering with a single deep breath. I just stand there, in the middle of the pillow fort, my heart a tangled mess of shock, relief, and a joy so potent that it feels like it might actually break me. He finally looks back at me over Leo's head, a small, tired smile on his lips. I told you I'd come home. An hour later, the atmosphere in the penthouse is electric. Byron has showered and changed into a pair of soft, worn jeans and a gray Henley that does obscene things for his shoulders. He's a different man from the one who left days ago. The weight of the world seems to have lifted from him, replaced by a quiet, determined purpose that I can't quite decipher. I have a surprise, he announces, after a lunch of hastily ordered pizza that we devoured on the living room floor. For both of you. Leo's eyes go wide. A surprise? Is it a new dinosaur? Better, Byron says, a mysterious glint in his eyes. He looks at me. Get your shoes on, Willow. We're going out. Out where? I ask, my curiosity piqued. You'll see, he says, teasing. He takes us to the Belcourt Academy playground. It's a Saturday afternoon, and the place is completely, eerily deserted. The brightly colored slides and swings are silent, a ghost of the happy chaos that usually fills this space. Byron? I say as he leads us toward the swing set. Not to question your mysterious master plan, but the park is closed. I know, he says, his hand finding mine, his fingers lacing through mine in a gesture that is both possessive and deeply reassuring. I called in a favor. We have the place to ourselves. He leads me to one of the benches, the same one I sat on just weeks ago, my heart full of a righteous fury for him. It feels like a lifetime ago. Leo immediately makes a beeline for the slide, his happy shrieks echoing in the quiet afternoon. Byron doesn't sit. He stands in front of me, his large frame blocking the sun. He looks nervous. His hands are shoved deep in the pockets of his jeans, and he's not quite meeting my eyes. I've been doing a lot of thinking, he begins, his voice rough, about everything, about Leo, about my sister, about what it means to build something that actually lasts, something that matters. He finally looks at me, his blue eyes so full of a raw, terrifying vulnerability, it makes my breath catch. Deals fall through, Willow. Companies get sold. But what you build inside someone's heart, that's permanent. Byron, I whisper, my own heart starting to pound. I've been working on something, he continues, pulling a thick, official-looking document from the inner pocket of his jacket. For the last 2 weeks, it's a foundation, in my sister's name, the Clara's Light Foundation. He hands me the document. My hands are trembling as I take it. Its mission is to provide funding for arts and therapy programs in under-resourced schools. To give kids who are struggling a safe place to be creative, to heal. I stare down at the paper, the words blurring through a sudden hot film of tears. Oh my God, Byron, I choke out. This is incredible. That's not the surprise, he says softly. He reaches out, his thumb gently brushing away a tear that has escaped my eye. the Foundation's first official grant. As of this morning, is a lifetime endowment to the Northwood Senior Care Facility. The world stops. The sound of Leo's laughter, the rustle of the leaves in the trees, the distant hum of the city, it all fades to nothing. What? I whisper, my voice a broken thing. It's done, Willow, he says, his voice full of an emotion I can't name. The grant covers all of your father's expenses. The best rooms, the best specialists, the best physical therapy, for the rest of his life. Your mom won't have to worry about the bills ever again. It's taken care of. Forever. A sob rips from within my throat, a raw, ugly sound of pure, unadulterated shock and relief. The weight I have been carrying on my shoulders for a year, the constant low-grade hum of anxiety for my family's future, it all just evaporates. It's gone. I'm on my feet, my arms wrapped around his neck, my face buried in his chest, and I am sobbing. I am crying with a force that shakes my entire body, a tidal wave of gratitude and love so potent it feels just like it's going to rip me apart. He just holds me, his arms a strong, steady fortress around me. He doesn't say anything. He just lets me cry, his hand stroking my hair in a slow, soothing rhythm. Willow Bug? A familiar, beloved voice cuts through my sobs. I pull back from Byron, my vision blurry with tears, and I see them. Walking across the green lawn of the playground, their faces a mixture of love and concern. My entire family. My mom, my dad, who is walking with a new, steady gait, his arm linked with my mother's. My sister, her husband. They're all here. Mom? I cry, stumbling toward them. My mother envelops me in a fierce, warm hug. Oh, my sweet girl, she murmurs, her own eyes shining with tears. I pull back and look at my father. He looks better than he has in a year. The lines of stress around his eyes are gone, replaced by a deep, quiet peace. Daddy, he gives me a slow, beautiful smile. This man of yours, Willow Bug, he says, voice a little slurred but full of a strength I haven't heard in so long. He's a good man. A damn good man. I look from my father's face to Byron, who is standing a few feet away, watching us with a quiet, hesitant expression. You knew? I ask my mom. She nods, her hand squeezing mine. He came to see us yesterday, honey. Flew straight from Singapore to our house. He spent the whole day with us. He told us everything. Yesterday? My head whips around to look at him. You got back yesterday? He has the decency to look a little sheepish. He gives a small, guilty nod. I wanted to make sure everything was in place before I told you. We were in on it, a small, triumphant voice declares. I look down to see Leo, his face alight with the pure, unadulterated joy of a secret well kept. He runs over and throws his arms around my legs. Uncle Byron has another surprise, too, he says in a loud, excited whisper that is not a whisper at all. It's the bestest one. I look back at Byron, my heart a wild, frantic bird in my chest. He's walking toward me, his eyes fixed on mine. A slow, beautiful smile spreading across his face. What other surprise, Byron? I ask, my voice barely a sound. He stops in front of me, surrounded by my family, by the quiet ghosts of our first argument, by the promise of a future I never dared to dream of. Leo's right, he says in a low, steady rumble that vibrates in my entire body. The best is yet to come. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, Billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 24. Byron. The best is yet to come. The words hang in the air, my own voice sounding distant, unfamiliar. Willow is standing in front of me, a vision of impossible beauty, her face a mess of happy, streaming tears. Her family is a warm, solid presence behind her, a silent, supportive wall. And my nephew, my brave, incredible nephew, is looking up at me, his eyes shining with the pure, unadulterated thrill of a secret about to be revealed. My heart is a wild, frantic drum against my ribs, a chaotic rhythm I've never felt before. This is it. This is the single most important negotiation of my entire life, and I have never been less prepared. There's no strategy. There is no contingency plan. There is only the terrifying, exhilarating truth. I take her hand, my thumb stroking the soft skin of her knuckles. Her fingers are trembling, or maybe it's mine. I can't tell. I spent my entire life building things. I begin, my voice a rough thing. Companies, portfolios, a reputation. I built walls. I thought that's what strength was. Cold, hard, impenetrable assets. I looked from her face to the small boy at my side. And then you two came along. And you didn't try to tear down my walls. You just planted a garden in the rubble. You showed me what it means to build something that actually grows. Something that breathes. I look at her family, at the quiet strength in her father's eyes, the fierce love in her mother's. You showed me what family looks like. Not an obligation or a legacy, but a home, a safe place to land. My gaze returns to her, and the entire world narrows to the warm, dark depths of her eyes. I finally understand what matters, Willow. It's not the deals you close, it's the people you hold close. It's not about winning. It's about loving. And I love you. I love you with a force that terrifies me, and I don't want to spend another day of my life without you by my side. Her sob is a soft, broken sound. I get down on one knee. The rough mulch of the playground digs into the knee of my expensive trousers, and I don't feel a thing. Leo, I say, my voice thick. Mission time. Leo steps forward, his small face a mask of pure, solemn importance. He holds out a small velvet box. I take it from him, my hands shaking. I open the box. Inside, a simple, elegant diamond rests on a bed of black velvet, its facets catching the afternoon sun and scattering it into 1,000 tiny rainbows. Willow Biles, I say, my voice cracking. You are the kindest, strongest, most incredible woman I've ever known. You healed my nephew. You healed me. Will you marry me? I take a deep, shuddering breath. And will you be his mom? Officially, will you let us be your family? She's full-on crying now, her hands covering her mouth, her shoulders shaking. She just nods, a series of frantic, jerky movements that are absolutely beautiful. Yes, she finally chokes out, her voice a wet, joyful whisper. Oh my God, yes. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding, a ragged, shaky sound of pure, unadulterated relief. I slide the ring onto her finger. It fits perfectly. Her family erupts into cheers and applause. I stand, pulling her into my arms, and I kiss her. I kiss her with all the love and gratitude and hope that is blooming inside me, a public, unapologetic declaration in the middle of the playground where we first met as enemies. The applause in the background fades, and all I can hear is our own heartbeat as one. That night, the penthouse is quiet. Leo is asleep in his bed, exhausted and content, the hero of the day. Willow's family has gone home, leaving behind a lingering warmth and the scent of her mother's perfume, and we are finally, blessedly alone. She's standing on the balcony, looking out at the glittering city, the diamond on her finger catching the light. She's wearing one of my shirts again, a soft, gray Henley that swallows her small frame, and a pair of my sweatpants, the waistband rolled down 3 times. She looks so beautiful, so at home, it makes my chest ache. I come up behind her, my arms wrapping around her waist, my chin resting on her shoulder. She leans back against me, a soft, contented sigh escaping her lips. "I still can't believe this is real," she whispers, her hand covering mine at her waist. "It's the realest thing in my life," I murmur into her hair. It smells like her, that intoxicating mix of lavender and sunshine. I turn her in my arms, my hands framing her face. "I want to celebrate," I say, growling. "Properly." Her eyes darken, a slow, sultry heat building in their depths. "Oh, yeah?" she purrs, her hands sliding up my chest to link behind my neck. "What did you have in mind, fiancé?" "I was thinking," I say, leaning down to capture her lips in a slow, searing kiss, "that I want to spend the rest of the night showing my future wife just how much I love her." I scoop her up into my arms, and she lets out a surprised, delighted laugh that echoes in the quiet night. I carry her to the bedroom, our mouths still locked in a deep, bruising kiss. This isn't like our first time, the desperate, frantic collision of 2 lonely souls. This is a claiming, a celebration. I lay her down on the bed, on top of the cool silk sheets. I don't undress her. Not yet. I just look at her, my eyes tracing the beautiful, familiar lines of her face, the gentle curve of her lips, the elegant column of her neck. "You saved me," I whisper, my voice so powerful it feels as if it's going to tear me to shreds. "You and that little boy in the other room. You saved me from a life I didn't even know was empty." "You saved yourself, Byron," she says, her hand coming up to cup my cheek. "You just needed someone to hold the light for you." I groan, my controls starting to fray. I strip off my own shirt, needing to feel her skin against mine. I come down over her, caging her in, my body settling between her soft, welcoming thighs. "Tonight," I growl, my lips finding the sensitive spot just below her ear, "is all about you. I want to worship you, Willow. Every last inch of you." I start with her mouth, kissing her with a slow, languid pace that is pure torture for both of us. My hands begin their own exploration, sliding under the soft cotton of my shirt that she's wearing, my fingers mapping the warm, smooth skin of her back, the gentle flare of her hips. Her breath hitches when my hand slides lower, cupping her buttocks, kneading the soft flesh. "Byron." "Shh," I murmur against her lips. "Just let me love you." I work my way down her body, my mouth and hands a devoted, reverent team. I kiss the hollow of her throat, the sharp line of her collarbone, the heavy, perfect swell of her chest. I pull the shirt up, bearing her to my gaze, and my breath catches. She is magnificent.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 25, Byron. 4 months. 4 months ago, my world was a landscape of gray. A sterile penthouse, silent boardrooms, and the heavy, suffocating weight of a grief I refused to name. My life was a series of transactions, my heart a closed and shuttered asset. Today, my world is a riot of color. I'm standing in Gabrielle Laurent's garden, a place that has become a second home, and it is completely transformed. Monique, a force of nature in a stunning deep teal matron of honor dress, has worked her magic. White roses, the ones Willow loves, climb trellises and spill from oversized clay pots. The air smells of jasmine, damp earth, and the faint, sweet scent of champagne. A string quartet is playing something soft and classical, a sound that should feel stuffy, but instead feels hopeful. My hands are shoved deep in the pockets of my custom-tailored tuxedo trousers, and they are not steady. A fine tremor is working its way through my system, a high-frequency vibration of pure, unadulterated terror, and a joy so potent it feels like it might actually stop my heart. "Breathe, Hale!" Gabriel's voice is a low, amused rumble beside me. He looks unfairly relaxed in his own perfectly cut suit, a glass of whiskey in his hand. He's my best man, the only man I would have asked. He's the one who saw the cracks in my armor and didn't exploit them, but instead showed me how to take the damn thing off. I am breathing, I say. This is my calm, controlled breathing. He lets out a short laugh. Right. You look like you're about to either close a hostile takeover or vomit on my wife's prize-winning hydrangeas. Relax, the hard part is over. The hard part is over? I repeat, turning to him, my voice incredulous. Gabriel, I'm about to willingly and publicly bind my life to a woman who thinks a pillow fort is a legitimate piece of furniture. A woman who somehow convinced me to adopt a 3-legged golden retriever. A woman who makes me feel everything, all the time. It's exhausting. He just smiles, a slow, knowing grin. Yeah, he says, his gaze drifting over to where Monique is trying to wrangle their twin boys into tiny matching suits. It's the best, isn't it? I follow his gaze and my own breath catches in my throat. Willow's family is gathered near the front row. Her mother, a vision of elegance in a lavender dress, is dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief. Her father is standing tall and proud, his hand resting on his wife's shoulder, his gaze fixed on me with a look of quiet, profound approval that makes my chest ache. And on a small, linen-draped table to the side of the floral arch, where I'm about to get married, there is a single silver-framed photograph. It's my favorite one. My sister Clara, her head thrown back in a laugh, her eyes so full of a life that was cut short. We made sure she had a front-row seat. Uncle Byron? A small, urgent voice pulls me from my thoughts. I look down. Leo is standing beside me, a miniature version of me in a tiny, perfectly tailored tuxedo. His dark hair is slicked back and he is holding a small, satin pillow with our rings tied to it with a white ribbon. He is my best boy, the most important member of this wedding party. His stormy blue eyes, a perfect mirror of my own, are wide with a solemn importance. Are you nervous? He whispers. I get down on one knee so we're eye to eye. I adjust his small bow tie, my large, clumsy fingers fumbling with the silk. Yeah, buddy, I confess, my voice a rough whisper. I'm terrified. Don't be, he says, his small hand coming up to rest on my shoulder with a surprising, comforting weight. Willow's not a monster. She's just a teacher. He gives me a small, conspiratorial smile. And she makes really good, cheesy eggs. She's family. A laugh rips from my throat, a raw, genuine sound of pure, unadulterated love for this incredible little boy. I pull him into a fierce, tight hug, burying my face in his small shoulder. You're right, I murmur against his suit jacket. Thank you. The music changes. My head snaps up. The string quartet has shifted from the soft, ambient prelude to something else. A simple, elegant melody that I recognize instantly. It's the song the jazz band was playing by the riverside the night I first told her I was falling in love with her. My heart stops. Then it starts again, a wild, frantic rhythm against my ribs. Everyone stands, and I look down the long, petal-strewn aisle, and I see her. The world goes quiet. The music, the guests, the gentle breeze, it all fades to a distant, irrelevant hum. There is only her. She's walking toward me on her father's arm, a vision of impossible, breathtaking beauty. Her dress is simple, elegant, a column of soft, white crepe that skims her incredible curves before flaring out at her feet. Her glorious hair is a crown of soft curls, adorned with tiny, delicate white flowers. Her skin, that beautiful, warm, rich brown, is glowing. But it's her face that undoes me. She is smiling, a radiant, teary, brilliant smile that is aimed directly at me. Her dark, coffee-colored eyes are shining with a love so pure, so absolute, that it feels like the sun breaking through the clouds after a lifetime of rain. I'm not a man who cries. I'm a man who compartmentalizes, who controls, who commands. But as I watch the love of my life walk toward me, I feel a hot, sharp sting behind my eyes, and my carefully constructed composure shatters into a million pieces. Gabriel claps a hand on my shoulder, a silent, steadying presence. Leo slips his small hand into mine. When she reaches me, her father places her hand in mine. Her skin is warm, her grip is sure. "Take care of my girl," he says, his voice thick. "Always," I manage to say, my own voice a raw, wrecked thing. We turn to face the officiant, but I can't look away from her. I'm drowning in her eyes. The ceremony is a blur of words that I can't quite process. All I can do is feel. I feel the warmth of her hand in mine. I feel the steady, reassuring presence of my nephew at my side. I feel the weight of this moment, the culmination of a journey that started in a classroom full of anger and ended here, in a garden full of love. And then it's time for the vows. I turn to her, my hands enclosing hers. I take a deep, shuddering breath. "Willow," I begin, my voice a low, rough thing. "I came into your life as a stranger. A client, a man who thought he had all the answers, but who was living in a world of silence. I was a fortress of my own making, and I didn't even know I was a prisoner. And then you didn't tear down my walls. You just walked right through them with your pillow forts and your hero stories and a heart so big and so brave. It taught me what real strength is." I look at Leo, then back at her. "You didn't just teach my nephew how to read. You taught me how to live. You taught me how to love. You are the home I never knew I was searching for." My voice cracks. "I promise to show up every day. For you and for Leo. I promise to be present. I promise to get my hands dirty, to build the forts, to fight the monsters. I promise to love you, fiercely and completely for the rest of my days. You are my greatest, most unexpected, and most cherished acquisition. I am yours, completely." Tears are streaming freely down her beautiful face now. She squeezes my hands. "Byron," she says, her voice now a soft, steady anchor in my swirling sea of emotion. "I met a man who was all sharp edges and cold logic. A man who hid his broken heart behind a wall of success. But I never saw a monster. I just saw a man who was grieving and who had forgotten how to be soft. You let me in. You let me see the kind, loving, fiercely protective man you are. You are the most incredible father to Leo. You are the most loyal friend, and you are the love of my life." She gives me a watery, brilliant smile. "I promise to always see you, the real you. I promise to fill our home with laughter and bad singing and too many books. I promise to be your partner, your friend, your safe place to land. I love you, Byron Hale, with my whole heart." We exchange the rings, our hands trembling. "By the power vested in me," the officiant says, his voice beaming, "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride." I don't need to be told twice. I pull her into my arms, my mouth finding hers in a kiss that is a promise, a celebration, a homecoming. It's a kiss that seals our past and promises our future. The crowd erupts into cheers, but the only sound I can hear is the frantic, joyful beating of my own heart. Finally in rhythm with hers. Later, as the sun sets and the fairy lights begin to glow, the garden is filled with the sound of music and laughter. I'm standing by the dance floor watching my wife, spin in a circle with Leo, both of them laughing with a pure, unadulterated joy that makes my chest feel too small for my heart. She catches my eye from across the lawn. Her smile widens and she beckons me over. I walk toward her, toward them, toward my family, and as I pull her into my arms, Leo sandwiched between us in a happy, giggling hug, I know with a certainty that settles deep in my bones that I am the luckiest man in the world. I am no longer a shark. I am no longer a king in a cold, empty castle. I'm just a man, standing in a garden holding his entire world in his arms, and I am finally completely whole.
Chapter 26. Willow. The party has faded to a distant happy murmur, the sound of our family celebrating the life we've just officially begun. The bridal suite Monique insisted we use is a quiet sanctuary. Bathed in the soft, flickering glow of a dozen candles, she must have had someone light for us. The air smells of vanilla, roses, and the faint, clean scent of rain from an earlier shower. I'm standing in front of a tall, ornate mirror, but I don't see myself. I see a woman I barely recognize. She's wearing a simple, elegant slip of white silk that feels like a whisper against my skin. Her hair is a wild cloud of soft curls, a few tiny flowers still tangled in the strands. Her eyes are shining. Her lips are swollen from 1,000 stolen kisses. And on her left hand, a diamond glitters. A fierce, beautiful star that promises forever. Mrs. Willow Hale. The name is a foreign, beautiful melody in my head. I say it silently, testing the shape of it on my tongue. It feels right. It feels like coming home. The door opens behind me with a soft click, and my breath catches. I don't have to turn. I feel him. His presence is a shift in the atmosphere, a magnetic pull that my body recognizes on a cellular level. Byron. My husband. His reflection appears behind mine in the mirror. He shed his tuxedo jacket and bow tie, the top few buttons of his crisp white shirt undone, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of his strong collarbones. His hair is endearingly messy, and his blue eyes, when they meet mine in the glass, are dark with an emotion so potent, so full of raw, possessive love, that it makes my knees feel weak. He doesn't speak. He just walks toward me, his movements slow, deliberate. He comes to a stop right behind me, his large, warm hands settling on my hips. His body is a wall of solid heat against my back. He leans down, his lips brushing against the sensitive skin just below my ear. "Hello, wife," he murmurs. His voice a low, gravelly rumble that vibrates through my entire body. A shiver races down my spine. "Hello, husband," I breathe, my own voice a shaky thing. He turns me in his arms, his gaze so intense, it feels like he's seeing straight into my soul. "Did I tell you that you were the most beautiful thing I've ever seen today?" "Only about 100 times. I tease, my hands resting on his chest, right over his hammering heart. "It wasn't enough." He growls, his voice thick. "It will never be enough." He lowers his head, and his mouth claims mine in a kiss that is nothing like the chaste, public one we shared at the altar. This is a kiss of possession, a kiss of promise. It's slow, deep, and utterly consuming. He kisses me like a man who has been starved, and I kiss him back with every ounce of the love that is bursting inside me. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He rolls off me, pulling me with him until I'm nestled against his side, my head on his chest. His heart is hammering against my ear, a wild, frantic rhythm that slowly begins to calm. He lifts his head, his blue eyes soft and clear in the candlelight. He brushes a stray curl from my face, his touch impossibly gentle. "Hello, Mrs. Hale," he whispers, a slow, beautiful smile spreading across his face. "Hello, Mr. Hale." I breathe, my own smile a wobbly, teary thing. He leans down and kisses me, a soft, sweet kiss that holds all the promises of all our tomorrows. And in the quiet of our wedding night, surrounded by the scent of roses and the promise of a new life, I know, with a certainty that settles deep in my bones, that my greatest adventure has just begun. I am home, finally, completely and irrevocably home. Epilogue. Willow. 2 years later. The late afternoon sun is a warm, heavy blanket, smelling of freshly cut grass, hot dogs from a distant vendor, and the sweet, dusty scent of a well-loved playground. I'm perched on the edge of a park bench, my ridiculously pregnant belly serving as a convenient shelf for my half-eaten ice cream cone. My ankles are swollen, my back aches, and I have a constant pressing need to pee. And I have never been happier in my entire life. 2 years. 2 years since I stood in a garden and promised my heart to a man I once thought was my sworn enemy. 2 years since we became a family, officially, on a piece of paper that couldn't possibly contain the sheer, explosive force of what we were building. A gust of wind, a harbinger of the coming autumn, rustles the leaves of the massive oak tree overhead. I watch my boys, my heart doing a slow, painful squeeze of pure, unadulterated love. My boys. Leo, at 9, is a whirlwind of boundless, joyful energy. He is no longer the silent, haunted ghost I met in my classroom. He is a thriving, vibrant, and occasionally obnoxiously loud kid. He's all long limbs and scraped knees, his dark hair a wild mess, his blue eyes, his father's eyes, shining with a light I once feared was extinguished forever. And Byron, my husband, he is a different man entirely. The shark has been retired, replaced by a man who knows the exact optimal angle for launching a kite into a tricky crosswind. He's wearing a pair of worn, faded jeans and a soft gray t-shirt that stretches across his broad chest. The sleeves are rolled up, revealing the strong, capable forearms that I am still ridiculously obsessed with. The ever-present tension in his shoulders is gone, replaced by an easy, confident calm. He is home, in his own skin, in his own life. "You're not putting enough tension on the line, Dad," Leo yells, his voice a high-pitched, expert command. "You have to let it pull, feel the wind." Byron, who can command a boardroom of billionaires with a single quiet word, is taking kite-flying instructions from a 9-year-old, and he is loving every second of it. Right, he says, sounding amused. He squints at the sky, a slow, breathtaking smile spreading across his face. "My mistake, Captain. I defer to your superior expertise. They're trying to get a massive, elaborate dragon kite into the air. It's their 3rd attempt. The first 2 ended with the kite taking a nosedive into a rose bush, much to Leo's dramatic, theatrical despair. "Okay," Byron says, his gaze fixed on the sky. "On the count of 3. You run, I release. Got it?" "Got it!" Leo crouches. his small body a coiled spring of pure, unadulterated energy. 1, 2, 3. Leo takes off, his sneakers pounding against the grass, the kite trailing behind him like a magnificent mythical beast. Byron lets the line out with a practiced, fluid grace, his eyes narrowed in concentration. The kite catches a gust of wind, dips precariously, and then it soars. It climbs higher and higher, a vibrant slash of red and gold against the brilliant, cloudless blue of the sky. "We did it!" Leo screams, a cry of pure, triumphant joy that echoes across the park. He drops to the grass, his chest heaving, a massive, toothy grin on his face. Byron walks over to him, the kite string held expertly in his hand. He sinks to the grass beside him, ruffling his son's messy hair. "We did it, buddy," he says, his voice thick with a pride so profound it makes my own eyes burn. I watch them, my two heroes, lying on their backs in the grass, watching their dragon conquer the sky, and I feel a wave of love so potent, so overwhelming, it feels like it's going to tear me apart and put me back together, all at the same time. After a few minutes, Leo sits up, his gaze finding mine from across the lawn. "Mom," he calls out, his voice carrying on the breeze. "Are you going to finish that ice cream, or can I have it?" The word, even after all this time, still hits me with the force of a physical blow. Mom. It's a name I never thought I'd be called, a title I never knew my heart was missing until he gave it to me. It settled into my soul and made a home there, just as we have all made a home in each other. "It's all yours, sweet boy," I call back, my own voice a little shaky. He scrambles to his feet and runs toward me, a happy, beautiful boy with the world at his feet. He plops down on the bench beside me, immediately claiming his prize. Byron follows at a more leisurely pace, his long, easy strides eating up the distance between us. He sinks onto the bench on my other side, his arm coming to rest around my shoulders, his large, warm hand settling on the curve of my swollen belly. "Everything okay?" he murmurs, his lips brushing against my temple. "Perfect," I whisper, leaning into his solid, comforting strength. Our baby girl, due in 6 short weeks, gives a sudden, vigorous kick against his palm. Byron's whole body goes still. A slow, awestruck smile spreads across his face. He leans down, his mouth close to my stomach. "Hey, in there," he says in a low, gentle rumble. "Take it easy on your mom, okay? She's the best one we've got." Tears spring to my eyes. Stupid, happy, hormonal tears. I swipe at them with the back of my hand. "You're going to make me cry, you sap," I grumble, but there's no heat behind it. "Good," he says, his blue eyes shining with a love so deep, so absolute, it still steals my breath. That's the plan. Leo, having devoured my ice cream in record time, leans his head against my other side, a contented, sticky sigh escaping his lips. "That was the best kite flying ever," he declares. "It was pretty epic," Byron agrees, his hand still a warm, protective weight on my belly. I look at my family, my fierce, loving, incredible husband, who learned to tear down his own walls to build a home for us. My brave, brilliant, beautiful son, who taught me that the greatest heroes are the ones who learn to be soft, and the tiny, kicking life inside me, a promise of a future I never dared to dream of. Byron catches me looking at him, a questioning arch to his eyebrow. I just shake my head, a slow, teary smile on my face. "What?" he asks, his voice a low, teasing rumble. "Nothing," I say, my voice too emotional, too big for words. "Just everything." He understands. He always does. He leans in and kisses me, a slow, sweet kiss that tastes of sunshine, ice cream, and forever. Leo lets out a loud, theatrical groan. "You, gross!" We both pull back laughing. Byron reaches over and pulls Leo into our embrace, and the three of us are a tangled, happy mess on the park bench. Leo is giggling, Byron is laughing, and I am crying, but they are the happiest tears I have ever shed. This is it. This is the life we built, not with a blueprint or a strategy, but with patience and hope and a love so strong it conquered all the monsters. This is our victory feast, our happily ever after, and it is so much better than any myth I have ever read.